Hello everyone, welcome to the PokerStars Arena and this week's Sunday Million, our first Sunday Million stream since before EPT Barcelona. It's been more than a month. And here we are with 9,844 total entries in this $109 buy-in progressive KO event. 86 players remain, coming back for day two. They will play down to a winner tonight. The champion will receive 54k plus bounties, and we're cards up all the way. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan. Alongside me is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Joey, have you missed the Millie?
I've missed the Millie. I missed wearing a t-shirt while we do the stream, huh? Check it out.
Ah, nice Godfather reference. I like it. Me likey, Joey. Okay, let's get straight to the action, guys. And our first featured table does feature the chip leader at the start of the day, who I don't think is going to be involved in this particular confrontation. We have Ace King from Voca. We've got Ace Queen for Cabba Music. Two of the reasonable size stacks at this table. But all the chips are going in, and it is a domination situation. And that double paired board means this will end in a chop. And Joe, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop putt. Boom. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Big time. The player I was going to highlight, Joe, the chip leader coming into day two, is the player who's got a stack of 20 million. That is Yankee Ruliat, playing from Ukraine. And an interesting hashtag fun fact about this player, courtesy of StatTrick, a heads-up specialist, usually plays low stakes online, but has played more than 70,000 hyper turbo heads-up sit and goes, priced between $5 and $15.
Well, luckily for the rest of the table, there's a long way to go before they're going to have to face this player heads up.
Two things I want to say. The first,
Nom nom. Nom nom.
pocket 8 for Cabba Music. The second is, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Maria Ho.
Hi, I'm so glad that I avoided near disaster having to sing the Chop Pot song so early in the day. So thank you guys.
But it wasn't a disaster because you weren't involved.
You saw the scores,
okay.
Maria.
All right.
We had solid 9s. We had an 8.5. We had a 10 out of 10 from a couple of people. What do you think those numbers would have been like had you brought your own inimitable interpretation of the song to the table?
A solid 6.5.
So a pair of 4s and a busted flush draw for the chip leader. 8s still good on this straighty board. And a bet of pretty much pot from Cabba.
I'm just going to get it out of my system now. Jack 4 good here?
Yes,
I was just going to say,
I appreciate that that is the thing that everyone is talking about in poker right now, but I hate to tease everyone. What am I saying? I love a tease. We are going to talk about that hand. We're going to talk about that story in excruciating detail on this week's Poker in the Ears podcast. So sorry to deprive you of that conversation tonight, but you're going to have full analysis from our guest, Sam Grafton, on Wednesday's podcast, which will be released on Thursday. We've got the open here from Luili with King 10, Queens for Yankee, 3-betting to 1.2, and now we've got Cabba with Ace Queen suited.
Yeah, I
Can't
mean,
make the
it's
royal. Wow, what a laydown.
Yeah, it's a really good hand, of course, but when you are facing a 3-bet, when it gets to you in the small blind, it's definitely going to look a little less appealing to most people. Stapes, it sounds like you would have gone with it.
1.2 million when I have 6 million.
Ooh. So I thought the action was going to come from the Ace-Queen suited. Instead, it comes from the King-10 suited. A 4-bet that just gets flattered by Yankee, and top pair solid kicker for Luili.
Yeah, this could get Luili in a little more trouble than they already put themselves in pre.
So 1.7 million was the bet on the flop. Nothing has changed on the turn. Yankee is pretty much a 9-1 favorite here.
Yeah, Yankee, of course, going to respect that an early position opener for betting pre could potentially have aces or kings. Now, I think with that check on the turn, probably will feel pretty good about where they stand.
Wow, goes for it. All in to call.
Obviously, I know this is not a call, but if you're the sort of player that's going to peel this loose pre-flop, I don't see them getting away from a pair of tens here.
Well, remember, they 4-bet pre. They were the aggressor pre.
Oh, sure. Sorry. I mean, yeah, same.
Yeah,
10-bet running out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
makes the call and is KO'd.
When you do 4-bet king 10 suited, of course, you're turning your hand into a bluff. And when you get a piece, you're like, okay, well, maybe now they have ace king. Maybe I'm not going to give them, the other premium pairs that could be at the top of their range when they call my 4-bet.
So Yankee eliminates a player, takes another bounty, now has more than 31 million. No shock that Yankee has increased their chip lead by more than 10 million now. By that, I mean that Yankee has a 10 million lead over T3, who sits in second place on the leaderboard. But kings is the hand opening here for Matinho. And it's raise and take it. So, yeah, guys, I appreciate there's a couple of things you probably want us to talk about this evening. One is the hand from Hustler Live. We are going to talk about that on the podcast. The other thing I'm sure you want us to discuss is what happened with WCOOP Main Event Sunday. Interestingly, that was talked about in detail on last week's podcast, but we will address that during the first break today. So, going to have to keep you waiting another 50 minutes before we talk about that one. I want to focus on this early day 2 action because I said at the start it's been more than a month since we've streamed a Sunday Million, but my memory is very clear that we get a lot of action early doors, and Maria, normally we cut through like 60% of the field in the first 50 minutes, so I don't want to miss anything.
Yeah, and definitely Dim Boss here shoving with just 6 bigs. Doesn't have fold equity, especially in a PKO format.
And this is a domination situation in Yankees' favor, and it's another KO. It's another bounty for the chip leader, who now has 33 million.
I'm a Yankee Doodle bounty. Let's go. Let's get another one. Let's get the King Jack, Le Madonna.
Yeah, Lombardano with Kojak. Oh, that's not a bad flop for King Jack, Maria.
No, certainly going to be looking to get the money in. Pretty much a 3x shove over this bet, so...
Ooh, just a snap call at the ace-10, too.
Yeah.
I mean, such a tiny stack. I can understand why Yankee decided to gamble there with the draw, but 2 pair held. Lombardano doubles up. Average stack right now, by the way, is 7.2 million. With the blinds currently at 125, 250, they will go up to 153 in 10 minutes' time. The Sunday Million does play pretty fast with 15-minute blind levels.
Yeah, this is a nice shove with a sub 20 big blind stack with the ace-10 of hearts.
So since we are going to talk about it on the podcast, I don't want to obviously not talk about it today, but since Maria's here and we won't have her, Maria, did you accuse Tony Hawk of cheating when he called you down with Jack High? Was it Jack High? 7 high? Something like that?
7 high,
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, I will give you guys the inside scoop on that one, which I just didn't even bother going on social media and addressing that hand, which popped up obviously after everything that's gone on with the HCL hand. But Tony wanted to leave, and he had somewhere to be. Like, I know we joke about that a lot, like, oh, this person's playing like they've got somewhere to be, but no, like Tony really had somewhere to be, and he didn't think that there was any way that 7 high could be good, and he was willing to kind of look like he was maybe making a weird call or doing something weird just to give his chips away, and it turned out I was bluffing with literally the only worst hand given that board. So he was very, very shocked to see that his hand was good on the river as well.
And he was furious that he had to continue playing.
Pretty much.
Okay, so we've got people asking about a free roll, and thank you, Raksha, for pointing out the chance of a free roll tonight are somewhere between slim and none. There is no free roll tonight, guys, in case you were looking out for one. And Romalio asking about the Sunday Million in Portugal. The Sunday Million only runs on PokerStars platforms that operate in what we call the Global Shared Liquidity Pool, which I appreciate is a bit of a mouthful and a very kind of technical, very corporate-like expression. But the reality is, Portugal, as I'm sure you know if you play from Portugal, you play against people in France and Spain. There's not enough players, there's not enough action in that Southern European market to sustain a 1 million guarantee every single week. It's just purely down to mathematics.
UP in a different pool.
And as far as why you play in that pool, and if there's any chance you're rejoining, that is a question you need to talk to your politicians and your regulators about. These decisions are never, taken by PokerStars, as we see Voka open with queens, Matinho's got jacks, Caba's got ace-king.
This is going to get bloody. Certainly for all of these stacked depths, you can only really see them wanting to put all the chips in the middle. I mean, the jacks could potentially find a fold after queens. Oh,
whoa,
okay.
wait.
Hold on a second. Back it up. I thought queens was going to shove over that. Oh, my gosh. Well, you know what? Jack's lucked out here.
So the race is between jacks and ace-king. Queens would have held. Instead, it's jacks that hold. And that is the elimination of Caba Music. Bounty claimed by Matinho. And we are now down to 62 players, having started the day with 86. We referenced they go pretty quick during the first session. And this week is no exception. 24 eliminations so far. And we've only been playing for 12 minutes.
That could have been a double KO by Voka.
Could have. I mean, when you consider it was a 20 big blind shove by the ace-king, granted, you know, it was 3-bet and then 4-bet shove, you still feel like queens has to be really good there.
Yeah. I also think it's very, at this stage, and we are in the late stages when you consider that this event started with close to 10,000 runners, you can't be too risk-averse at this point. And you've got to go for bounties, you've got to go for chips.
Counterpoint. You can't be too careful. You never know what that board's going to be. You could be ahead pre-flop. Who knows?
Yeah, the Joe Stapleton way of thinking has been proven to not lead to success. Although, again, something we need to talk about in detail on the podcast and will acknowledge on tonight's live stream is that Joe did actually win something. Something of not inconsiderable significance, Joseph.
I mean, a pretty good score for any tournament, I'd say, if you take a look at the value of what was won.
So, again, not this week, but next week, we are going to have an episode of the podcast entitled Analyzing Joe Stapleton, where Maria is going to break down some of your hands. Is it, Maria, do you agree with me that based on what happened in the last 24 hours, that he needs to stop whining now?
Yeah, I mean, especially because I heard a couple of the hand histories that got him to that top spot, and he ran pretty well, he would admit himself. So I think he needs to kind of now reel it in on the complaining, just for a week or two, you know, nothing too crazy.
I did make my first flush of 2022 in October, October 1st. The first time I flopped a flush draw and turned or rivered the flush.
Well, moving forward, Joseph, it doesn't matter how you flop in 2022. It's how you flop in the summer of 2023, specifically in the World Series of Poker main event.
If I play it.
You're playing. Think of the podcast, Joe. Think of the podcast.
I'm thinking bigger than the podcast, honestly. I'm thinking I got friends over at Vice. Let's just do the Joe Stapleton documentary. They do this whole documentary, and then I punt in the first level.
So this guy who works in a niche industry is going to play a game in this niche industry. Do you want to do a documentary about it? Yeah.
Content, baby. These places need content.
It's not exactly Maria Konnikova, is it?
Not exactly.
Queen 3 versus Ace 4. Blind v blind.
Whoops.
All you can eat. So one of the other players I was going to highlight, and at this point he quickly checks the lobby to see if they're still alive. Nope, they're gone. Fabiano Kowalski. Kowalski won, made it to day 2 of the Sunday Million, but did come into day 2 with a short stack. I think he had 7 bigs at the start of play, and sadly Fabiano and his cute dog avatar disappeared in 72nd place. Current payout is $438.
I'm kind of just rooting for Yankee now to just I want to see how big this bounty can get.
I think when you're facing a small bet, a small blind peel pre-flop, I think as the ace-king, sometimes you do worry that they have these type of hands, you know, the queen-jack, the king-jacks, the jack-10 suiteds and all, but I don't mind the c-bet with the ace-king, of course, now turning kings and jacks.
Well, Carbonara now a huge favorite, has a lock on the hand after it goes check, check on the turn.
Yeah, and they check back the turn just to pot control against those exact type of hands that, you know, flop trips, and they don't really feel like they can bet turn and river for value, but here after checked to again finds that value.
Ace King of Strawberries for Biodelic, opening to 550,000. Blinds going up very shortly. Ace Queen versus Kings. Ooh. Well, Lomadano got a double up through Yankee, is going to need to get very lucky to double up again. We'll be looking to spike an ace. I know I'm being slightly presumptuous here, but I think we can all agree the chips are going in. Go on, Biodelic, get funky with threes.
Oh yeah, this could be fun.
No.
I'm always down for a bit of set miming.
Ace Queen shoves, King's call. No ace on the flop. Queen on the turn, but a safe river for Yankee. And the chip leader KOs another player. Lomadano exits in 54th place. And Yankee, 34 million chips right now. And Yankee very much in the catbird seat. Second biggest stack is Ivan Lamera, who is a mid to high stakes reg from Brazil.
A lot of big pairs going around here.
A lot of action. A lot of action.
Doesn't it?
Oh, wow.
Oh boy.
Oh, Babamus. I'm so sorry.
Wow. did check back that flop, though.
Checking back for pot control or checking back to trap on a later street?
I think it's a little bit of both. You know, I think in that situation with that board texture, you can imagine you might get check raised quite a bit. And here you can just play it as a call. And if your opponent's bluffing, you're going to be way ahead as well. So give them an opportunity to stab. But
I mean, I'm impressed that Bebemis didn't go broke there.
Yeah, did not overplay that. It's like a telltale sign of a person who's used to having their aces cracked. I just call, show me the 10, of course.
Like the book says, you either win a small pot or lose a big one. Martino with 10s in the small blind. Blinds have gone up to 150,000, 300,000. So with the average stack at 9.2 million, we are around a 30 big blind average. This is on pace, as we like to say. Well, Martino does not want to river and set. That is assuming, of course, that we get to the river.
You know what we can talk about that since Maria's here, and we don't have to save it for the podcast. So me and Maria and a couple other people from our home game, Danny Zucker, Beth Hall, our friend David Preston, went to go see Josh Molina's play in San Diego on Friday night.
Okay, write this stuff down, Joseph, because we've got breaks to fill later on.
Okay, we'll tell the story on the break. It does relate back to poker.
Well, that hasn't stopped us in the past from filling breaks with content that has no relation whatsoever to poker.
Yeah, this one has a very, very thin relation back to poker.
Biodelic opening with ace-king. Martino 6-5 of spades. Folds it round to Bebemis.
Okay.
Pair of nines.
yeah, it's
John
still a little
Delano,
bit.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, it's still going to be a little tricky to play even after flopping a piece, and especially with this turn card, probably going to give it up depending on the sizing, I think. Oh, well, that is a chunky bet.
You got to protect that ace. You don't want a bigger card to hit the river.
Well, Bebemis is going to be left with 10 big blinds. I mean, the other thing that we could talk about, maybe should address, was our stream last Wednesday night, Joe. We were streaming on the Joe Stapleton Twitch channel. We were playing some PUBG squads. Sadly, Joe was not available on Thursday, but the rest of us got together again, so played off stream and had a significantly more successful night. I'm going to say it was down to not having the pressure of being live on the internet and not because the weak link had been removed from the chain.
I don't want to argue with that excuse, but it sounds thin.
Stapes is to PUBG what I am to the Chop Pot song, basically, then.
Yes.
According
I think that I'm
to
not
people.
I'm not terrible considering how little I have played that game.
Is it still really popular? I feel like it went through a phase where everybody was playing it. And I didn't really know
obviously,
if that was the case.
No, I mean, it's not. It stayed. I think it stayed the course longer than Fortnite, which obviously at one point eclipsed PUBG in terms of popularity, but has now kind of died in its arse. I think PUBG is the one that's generally been adopted by most Twitch streamers and esports as the definitive battle royale format. They keep making modifications and advancements and keep introducing new maps, but
what I would like to see them do is add a function like they have in Apex Legends, where if a gun is on the ground that's better than the one you have, it's like a different color. There should be like a color system for how rare the things are.
It's so subjective what constitutes a better gun. Like some
at least
people,
rarity-wise.
Okay.
Show me, just give me blue if it's rarer than the red one I have. That's all. Maybe you prefer the red gun, but...
Well, we've got sevens opening here, flattered by the King 10. Babemus with the virtual all-in with Ace King.
Yeah, and a pretty significant bounty.
Yeah, 1,100 plus. And, I mean, Biodelic might be slightly concerned about the call behind from Yankee. But...
Yeah, and it would... And it would have been easier if Yankee didn't have Biodelic cover, but because they do want to proceed a little bit with caution. Oh, okay, well. This should be easy to play now.
I feel like there's a button for that.
You mean that one?
That's the one.
Yeah. I'll let you do the obvious joke with this player's name. As eventually, Joe, all of their chips will go in the middle, and they are going to lose with top pair versus a set.
They are going to lose to 7-7-7.
It was more a pun on the sound that the first two syllables of their name make. As we get all the chips in, and the Needle Barry. Trips versus a full house, and yes, it is bye-bye, Babemus. Out in 48th place.
Blow it out your Babemus.
That was a decent bounty collected there by Biodelic, who now has 23 million. Biodelic is going to be among the chip leaders right now. In fact, Biodelic is third overall. Yankee, no longer number one. That Brazilian player I highlighted earlier on, Ivan Limera, is number one on the leaderboard right now with 30.5 million. Ivan Limera, by the way, has $2.9 million in total stars earnings. Was the runner-up in a scoop event back in 2018 for 115K. So has had some pretty big scores on stars in the past. Now, what we got going on here?
Two overs and a gut shot versus a pair and a flush draw. Pretty fun, all of this. Biodelic not having nearly as many outs as they think they do. Oh, that's helpful.
But now, yeah, that'll certainly increase their equity quite a bit. And very likely make them feel like they might want to barrel again, just because if they want to fold out a lot of the weak bottom pair, second pair hands, because this is a blind versus blind scenario, so their opponent can have a really wide range. I don't know what they want to do about this card after getting called on the turn.
Plenty of barrier.
It almost feels unfair. When you're sitting there with the Queen Jack of Spades, it almost feels unfair to not make at least a pair on the river.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I don't think they realize what a big hand they were up against.
So, Voka all in. Biodelic with just queen high as someone has just discovered throwables.
Someone's flirting with Bruno.
We don't talk about Bruno.
Isn't there supposed to be like a reload time on the throwables? I know that we don't throw the word God mode around, but I didn't know it existed for throwables.
I think there's a timeout on specific. There's a reload time on specific ones, but if you're going to go through your entire arsenal...
I see, okay.
If you've unlocked them, I say use them. By the way, we have been playing for 30 minutes, and we have lost pretty much half the players we started the day with. 86 came into day 2, and we're already down to 45. That's just silly.
Have we been on the air for exactly 30 minutes? Is that why all these throwables are going? This person's just like realized they're on stream?
Ah, good detective work, Joseph Stapleton.
It's a little bit of a coincidence.
Well, king high no good against a pair of 10s right now. Bruno taking a risk, but it's safe. Blind's going up in 2 minutes' time.
Hasn't caught on yet.
Yeah, Mirowell saying, imagine that happening in a live table. I am all for giving people real stuff to throw at each other at the poker table. So what could we replicate from the online throwables that would be... I mean, a wet fish, that's fine. I kind of feel that a flower is okay. The beehive...
How about
well,
stack of money? That's fine with me.
At Commerce Casino, the players just throw stuff, not at other players, but at the dealers when they lose a hand. So, you know, that's already happening, guys.
Can you imagine if we suddenly get sued by Commerce Casino?
Streets.
Sorry, guys, but the idea of just throwing stuff at people at the poker table, we basically created that.
I have a friend whose profession is balloon animal maker, and I think you could throw balloon-shaped items at people pretty harmlessly.
We've got a flip here. Ace on the turn, sends this pot in Biodelic's direction, and we get DJ KO'd. Goes out in 44th place. Now we genuinely have lost half the players from the start of the day. Of course, there is the poo throwable. I kind of feel we're going to have to veto that one.
So to go back to Commerce, almost no one washes their hands there, so they're actually constantly throwing poo anyway. Every time they pitch their cards into the middle, they're throwing poo.
Oh, God. I really, really didn't want the conversation to go in this direction.
But I love how you think you're limiting it to Commerce, Stapes, but that's fine. It's definitely not just Commerce.
Let's not have a scientific study into the spread of feces in poker.
Can I tell you a legendary
actually,
Jerry Buss story?
Yes, I need you to tell that story,
Buss?
and then I have a stat after this to share.
Jerry Buss was playing at Hustler, and as he was leaving the bathroom, someone said, "Dr. Buss, you forgot to wash your hands." And Jerry stops and turns to him and says, "My bleep is cleaner than anything in this casino," and then walked out of the room.
I like that story. Maria, are you going to upset me with what you're going to say?
Well, the thing is it's been a while, so I can't remember the exact percentage. But you know how all the casinos did this big cleaning up their chips after the pandemic, right? That was a part of when they were trying to get people to come back. And someone did research on what type of matter was found on chips at a certain casino. And feces was a front runner for one of the top things, that substances or whatever you want to call it, that was matter that was found on the chips. Really, truly.
I'm not surprised.
Well, that's one of the great advantages of playing online poker, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. Playing PokerStars.
How have we
Although I
not
wouldn't
been
want
using
someone
this?
analyzing what's on my mouse.
How have we not been analyzing or utilizing this in marketing for the last 20 years? Want to play with your hands free of crap? Play online.
Touch 85% less dookie, and the 15% you do touch is probably your own. Play on PokerStars.
I think someone needs to send an email to marketing immediately after this broadcast is over.
Oh, we'll hear about it. Nope, there's no way this is getting through.
Oh, hello, Trip Queens.
Yeah, the flush did come in, but with Bruno's stack size, you would imagine that they're still going to be pretty happy to get the rest of their chips in. That check back isn't really going to allow, well, let's see what the sixes do, but I'm assuming that, the sixes is going to go for it here.
Maria,
Multi-way.
assume nothing. It's the Sunday Million.
Clearly,
assume nothing.
clearly.
I would like to assume a one-outer here.
Yeah, that is what it's going to take.
Good job, Bruno. Ace Queen for the table big stack and former tournament chip leader. Where is he sitting right now? Yankee currently sitting in second place.
Man, it's hard to stay chip leader, isn't it? Jeez.
Were you ever the chip leader at the final table, Stapes?
I think I was chip leader when we went to heads up. I might have been chip leader by the time we were three-handed. It was hard to say. It was going. I had no idea how many chips I had. There was just like a big pile of chips in front of me.
Oh, that's good. Didn't know how many big blinds you had at any given point when ICM was most important.
I will say that I got to the final table with between 4 and 6 big blinds. And the chip leader probably had 11 or 12 big blinds. So it wasn't like super important to know how many chips I had.
Jack's hold here, and Agent Bilko doubles up, but is still a short stack. Average stack right now, 12 million at the 175-350 blind level. Blinds going to 200, 400 in 10 minutes time. And aces for Bruno.
All right, you got to play this deceptively. I'd say min-raise, maybe fold.
You're banned. You have indeed missed something. Stapes final table, heads up. Yep, and we will discuss it in detail on the podcast, but we can't ignore information that's out there in the public domain. Joe won a charity tournament. Was it yesterday, Joe, or Saturday night?
Saturday night.
Saturday night. And Joe won a poker tournament, a charity event where the first prize was a buy-in to the World Series of Poker main event next summer.
Pair of tens here for Bruno.
This is the point when Joe realizes how many people don't follow him on social media as all of the congratulations come in.
Well, it wasn't just that. It was that also there were some... I couldn't quite knock the big poker news out of the top slot, turns out.
I mean, that was not going to happen anyway. I think it kind of, I feel sorry that it overshadowed that.
Which is funny because Ryan Feldman was the guy. Ryan's tweet of my winning photo has over 500 likes. My tweet has like 85.
Hervez tried to stab the turn, got called, and now ready to shut down with the 8 high, even though they know that they most likely won't be able to win at showdown. They just decide that their chips are too precious to go for another barrel on the river.
I actually didn't do the math. The second prize was a trip to the Bahamas. And I kept joking and saying, boy, I sure hope I get to go to the Bahamas someday.
Was there anyone at the table who got that reference?
There were some, yes.
Did they say how much the trip to the Bahamas was estimated to be worth?
That's what I'm trying to find out now. Like, maybe I made a mistake and I should have taken the trip to the Bahamas.
No, it's going to be like, you've won 3 nights at the fabulous Coral Tower at the Atlantis Resort.
Yeah, it's like, flights not included.
It was listed as trip to the Bahamas, so I hope flights were included, but I honestly did not look.
A day trip to the Bahamas.
Yeah, right.
Like you can take a boat from Florida.
Well, I don't... What can I say? What can I not say? There's been a lot of conversations about stuff we can do, film, make, while we're out there for the PCA PSPC next January. I think at this point in time, Joe, there's a very good chance you're in the Bahamas for an extended period of time. So chances are you probably wouldn't necessarily want to go back again a few weeks later.
Yeah, no, I figured that. And one of them, obviously, for who I am as a human being, is a little bit more important to maybe take a shot at the main event.
Nom 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 nom.
The podcast, Joe. Think of the podcast.
Exactly. Podcast.
Oh, yeah, your documentary series on Vice.
Jeff Platt was very sweet. He sent me a screenshot, and he put my name down as the first potential interview for his main event.
Aww.
I'm on his list.
That's
yeah,
cute.
he's a very sweet guy.
Does feel like action has slowed down a little bit just because some of the stacks were consolidated, and now, you know, someone like Bruno, who was really short, now actually has a very playable stack. Still a couple of shorties at the table, though. What was third place, Stapes? Was there nothing? Was the two big prizes?
No, third place was cool too. I would have been happy with that. It was like a private chef tequila tasting dinner at your house.
Third prize is you're fired.
Too bad one of our friends didn't win third place. We would have invited ourselves over for that.
I know it was. I think I knocked out Peter McKenzie in third, who is a friend, but not like part of our inner circle. But of our home game, James, 3 of us made the final table. Me, Danny Zucker, and Beth Hall all made the final table.
Cool. Well, again, just to highlight, guys, we will go into detail, get the full story from Joe, all of the anecdotes, with, I'm sure, a few hand histories as well when we record this week's podcast, which will be out on Thursday. And yes, for those of you who keep making references to Jack 4 offsuit, that hand will be discussed on the podcast as well. Pair of 6s for Matinho.
Jack-10 suited going for the bet with all of their equity, but will have to fold to this raise.
Ace-5 offsuit for Agent Bilko under the gun. Ace-Queen all in for Hervez. So blind's going to 200, 400 inside of 2 minutes. Oh, this broadcast is going to get derailed if we're not careful.
Patrick.
I think the fecal matter conversation already derailed it, guys, but
I think we earned it after W Coop. We were pretty on the straight and narrow during W Coop. It's nice to go back to the Sunday Million and just kind of hang out for a little bit.
Bruno up to 10 million. Average stack right now 13.3 million. 37 remaining. Sunday Million always a 2-day event and always plays down to winner on the second day. So we are going to play down to the final table and down to the champion tonight. First prize, as you can see on screen, is 54k plus bounties. I know first and second get paid the same, but the final head prize will put a lot of distance between the winner and the runner-up.
Wait, James, make a note right now. What you said that you want to get on the podcast soon, the person who makes like the W Coop schedules and stuff, right?
Yes, I do.
Now, I understand why first and second are close in money, obviously. But what we need to ask is how do they come up with the number difference?
Okay, well, first of all,
sometimes
it's
like $1.
Automated. It's all going to be automated, but you write that down. We'll get the question asked. Queens into kings. Not looking good for Agent Bilko.
Ooh.
Queen on the turn.
Ooh.
That is a full house, and Agent Bilko doubles up through Biodelic.
Sometimes it's $1. Today it's $9, right? Like,
Write it down. You got post-it
Write it
notes
on
still,
my-
right?
all right, I got some note paper here. I'll just use to write that down. No problem. It's too bright. No one can see.
White note paper. What is it? Note paper that's meant to look like dollar bills? Is that the gag?
No, I'm just so loaded from my win that I'm just gonna write it on a stack of $10,000.
I mean, I know that like good counterfeit money requires like certain special lights and lenses. On your web camera with your home lighting, I can tell that that is nothing like what dollar bills look like.
Quiet. I did stand up with a guy who calls himself Cash Money Carl, and he gives out fake money as part of his game.
that's pretty funny. Whatever it takes.
I mean, somewhere in LA, there's some Monopoly set that's like missing its money.
I do feel, though, after, this big win, even though you didn't get the cash equivalent of the seat, Stapes, it's a good time to remind you that you owe me dinner.
It's true. It's true. I do owe you dinner. Dinner's still out there.
This is going to be a bit like the London School of Economics chat. The dinner with Maria is just one of those things that's going to keep getting pushed back, and just become a long-running joke.
Yeah, I got no time for it right now. I can't even throw a date out there. Because I gotta try to guilt Maria into coming to my stand-up show on Saturday night, like I'm gonna try to guilt everyone else because it's my birthday show. And silence.
Excuse me, you say every year, I don't like it when people make a big deal of my birthday. I like when people mention my birthday. I was I was doing exactly what you asked me to do.
I just want butts in chairs for my show. Otherwise, I would not bring up my birthday.
Well,
Here
we've
we
got
go.
sixes all in here. Reshove from Ace-King. And Martinio should be able to get away from Ace-10.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like... Can you ever just flat this, Maria? Instead of reshoving? Or is it the 3 million is too much? Oh, wow.
Wow.
Calls it off. King on the turn. Ace on the river. Hello, Barry.
Wow.
And that is a double KO. 2 bounties for Biodelic, who is now table captain and in fact is second in chips overall. Biodelic from Brazil, second on the leaderboard behind Mad Affurable from Germany, who is the current tourney boss with 36 million. And now we've got jacks versus eights. And this is going to be a double up for Hervez. And it's not. A horrible run out for Hervez. Flops the set, runner straight cards, and it's Yankee who's back amongst the chip leaders again and certainly is back in control of this particular feature table.
I thought herpes was supposed to last forever. Oh, Hervez, my fault.
By the way, thank you to StatTrick for noting that Yan had 1.7% equity on the flop.
That's really gross.
Really gross. So yeah, we've now got the players who are second and third in chips on this table. Yankees number 2, Biodelic's number 3, Mad Affurable from Germany is number 1 with 36 million. Heading towards the end of this first session of play, having lost 52 players in the last 52 minutes of action. Literally 1 elimination per minute is what we've seen so far today.
I'm just sad it's going to have to slow down at some point.
Cut 2. Good night, everybody.
If anything, Luke, on YouTube, I'm the person who jinxed the set of jacks. Like, I was like, oh, set of jacks over 8's cool. Wait, oh, boy, that's terrible.
It's very hard to jinx someone or influence action that happened 30 minutes ago. But I take your point, Luca. I take your point.
Thank God for that.
Ace Jack from the DJ. Deuces flat. Ace Queen suited for Voka.
Definitely feels like a really good spot to squeeze as Voka. And they do end up making it about a 4x 3-bet.
The problem with that little gag, Joe, is you look like you're voguing. And everyone's thinking, what's the Madonna reference? Well, we've somehow gone to the flop, and it is domination rotation in DJ's favor. Second pair top kicker, the gut shot straight draw for Voka.
Yeah, going for really small. Yeah, really small C bet here. Does obviously have a draw to Broadway, but really just hoping that with that 3-bet pre, it gives them a strong enough range against their opponent to feel like they could barrel them off of a hand like Ace-Jack. And they do.
Indeed. Indeed. Okay, King-Queen versus Queen-Jack has potential We can see, by the way, that Biodelic now has the red target. So Biodelic has now taken more bounties than any other player, or certainly has taken more money in bounties than any other player, and is worth the single biggest sum right now, more than 2K if you can knock out Biodelic. Agent Bilko not defending the big blind with 10-5, and that is going to take us to the first break. So yes, to reiterate, we started day 2 with 86 players, 34 remain, 52 KOs so far, and of course 33 more to come before we have tonight's champion. Mad Affable goes into break as chip leader, 39.4 million. We'll be back to the tables with more action from day 2 of this week's Sunday Million on the other side of this 5-minute break. A break where we are going to acknowledge what happened last weekend. I don't think it's any great secret, guys. You should know by now that there was a little bit of a disaster on WCoop main event Sunday. There was a DDoS attack on PokerStars, which was revealed in a statement on the PokerStars blog. It was discussed in more detail on the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. Joe and I got to speak to Chris Regalis, who is the director of online poker experience at Stars, talked about what happened on Sunday night, what's happening moving forward, the rescheduling, the take 2 of WCoop main event weekend, if you like, which will be taking place in early November. I want to come to that in a moment, but Maria, I want to hear this from your perspective, because I said on the podcast that whatever anger and disappointment I felt is insignificant compared to the players. You were a player that weekend, and you were one of the people who literally relocated for a few days just to play these tournaments. You were in Mexico, right?
Yeah, I went to Mexico. I was really excited. I mean, I had played the day before as well on Stars, and I was like, okay, just let me get a warm-up in before the WCoop main. And at that point in time, I had registered the low and the medium, and I was going to wait a little bit to register the high because I had too many tables going, and I had 2 times my starting stack in the $1,000 buy-in WCoop main. So I was like feeling it. I was excited. And then all of a sudden, you know, this very rarely happens. I mean, I played on Stars for so many years and so many times, and I've never had something happen where, you know, you could tell that something was wrong because people were timing out, and all of a sudden I couldn't, you know, my hand was there and then it was gone, and I was like, okay, but it's okay, they're gonna fix it, it'll be fine. And then it happened a few more times, and I was like, okay, I think something might really be wrong, they might have to stop the tournament. And then indeed, you know, 20 minutes after I kind of experienced the first little glitch, they did have to stop all the tournaments. But I was like, oh, it's okay, this has happened before, you know, where they stop the tournaments and they just restart it. And then we ended up finding out that they weren't able to restart it at all, which was definitely disappointing in the moment. But of course, I understand that sometimes these things are going to happen. It was a lot of build-up because I had been talking about, you know, flying down and playing the WCoop main with you guys on stream weeks before that. And yeah, I mean, it definitely wasn't, it wasn't exactly the best outcome, but I'm just glad that now, you know, it's going to be back bigger and better than it originally was planned to be. And I got my refund or whatever really quickly as well. I think everything got sorted as fast as it could have, and so I don't really have any complaints on that end.
And you still got 10,000 likes on a picture of a sunset, so, you know, it wasn't a total loss.
I love the fact that you're accentuating the positive here, Joe. And look, I would urge anyone to listen to that conversation, not for the contributions from myself and Joe, but listen to what Strag has to say about what happened and what's happened since, and the measures that are being taken to kind of ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. You can never be 100% certain, but I think we feel we're in a much better place now than we were last weekend. And Joe, as Maria said, when we do have those WCoop main events run again, and it's weird that we're kind of not done with WCoop. It's on pause. It's going to come back in November. They are going to be bigger. The No Limit Hold'em main events, those 3 tiers of tournament will have bigger guarantees, and we'll get to do our final 3 days of streaming.
Yeah, you know, I'm pretty excited for the added value. You know, obviously, sorry that happened. Nobody would have wanted this to happen. But one thing I do feel very proud about working for the company that we work for is that when something goes wrong, they usually make what the makeup is way better. And it sounds like that's going to happen with the additional guarantees for the redos.
Yeah. So the 5th and 6th of November is the weekend when it's all happening. As far as you guys who like watching the Cards Up coverage are concerned, it's going to be the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday that follows. That's the 7th, 8th, 9th of November, when we will stream the final 3 days of the 10K World Championship of Online Poker. It's going to be an exciting 3 days of coverage. We'll have been waiting for it for a long time, so hopefully you can join us for those streams. And, of course, between then and now, we've got the Sunday Million every Monday night, and of course EPT London is on the horizon. It is later this month. There's going to be 5 days of coverage from the next stop of the European Poker Tour. We'll talk about that in more detail as we get closer to the event. But yes, I know it's awful to keep shilling our own work, but we have got the podcast that came out last week with Chris Dragalis, which I urge you to listen to. And a reminder once again that we'll be recording a new episode on Wednesday. We are going to talk to Sam Grafton. And Joe, the reason we booked Sam is to talk about him winning $5.5 million. And I still want to talk about that and the year he's had leading up to that. But of course, we have to get Sam's take on this controversial hand, which has got everyone in a lather. I have to say, I think our take is not quite as incendiary as tinfoil hat brigade as some people's, but you'll hear about that when the podcast comes out on Thursday. Guys, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to leave you with Joe and Maria and a new table. We are checking on chip leader Mad Affurable and Brunson's kid, who Statrick tells me is friends with Mr. Gratis, who's watching on Twitch.
All right, very good. Adios, James. Hello, my babies. Late stages of the Sunday Million. First one we've done since before EPT Barcelona in August. Down to 34 players of the nearly 10,000 total entries. And we will be playing down from 34 to a winner. Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho. Pair of deuces, no good on this river. A pair of jacks will ship it. 25 million in chips for T3 G3S. There we are. Hello there. Grunman with 5 deuce. Waiting on you, Grunman. There you go. Brunson's kid with the Doyle Brunson avatar. Folds 4 high. Donnie takes it down. Pre-flop.
Who knew that Todd plays online?
Todd? Pamela?
Pamela? Pamela's not, I mean...
Is it?
Yeah.
There's another daughter, isn't there also? I feel like there's another daughter, but I'm not sure. Pam Brunson used to play quite a bit when I was first on the scene. You must have played with her a bunch.
Yeah, I have. She was a very, very lovely woman. But I think I remember speaking to Doyle about it, and he said, you know, she just kind of stopped playing. And who can blame her?
Todd and I don't see eye to eye in a lot of things, but I did go eat at his restaurant in Vegas, and it is really, really, really good. It is just as good as everyone says it is. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, I thought that a lot of the people that were posting about it, especially during the series, because a lot of different people try it for the first time, I thought they were all shills. I thought maybe they got a free meal out of it. But if you tell me it was good, I might have to try it out. Yeah,
no, and that's what I'm saying. It's hard for me to say it because Todd and I have had major disagreements in the past, so nothing would make me happier to be like, yeah, your restaurant sucks, but it's really good.
I'm pretty sure that when I first started playing poker, Todd Brunson told me that I played a limit hand the worst he's ever seen anybody play a limit hold'em hand. This was like very early on in my career, and I just remember thinking like how that's funny, but a little bit, a little mean. Yeah. Sure.
Not very nice.
But I'm also like, how could I possibly, I mean, you know, I get butchering a no limit hold'em hand, but like, how bad could someone really play a limit hold'em hand? I don't know. Like, what did I do? Like, miss one value bet on the river? What? I don't know.
That was a pretty fun hand right there. Two people playing like it's 2011 again. Small blind versus big blind. Jack high takes it down. Save the Jack high comments, please. Mad Afferable. Raising small to big into the 8-6 of just raise, who decides to get out of the way. I'm absolutely fine with that. What I kind of like about the big blind now is that you can just do what you want. Brunson's kid, King 10, is going to walk into pocket queens for at least a little bit of money.
I think the biggest change about, you know, blind versus blind play, or one of the biggest things, is I think 7 or 8 years ago, people thought, oh, I need to either fold or raise from the small blind, right? If I limp, it looks too weak and this, that, and the other. But now, you know, you see people having a very, very wide limping range and also, you know, trapping as limps as well. So it definitely is a lot more balanced when you limp in these days from the small blind, and it's not something that I think before people be like, oh, well, I'm going to either give someone a walk or I'm going to have to raise and really put the pressure on.
Yeah, the only thing people don't seem to do is fold the small blind.
Especially if we're talking about a blind level like 1,000, 1,500, for example, right, where the small blind is actually 2/3 of the big blind, you definitely should not be folding very many small blinds in that situation.
That's a great point. It's so obvious, and yet this is the first time I've heard it verbalized and and thought it, because you just put it in my head.
Well, you know, something to think about as we're doing that WSOP main event prep, Stapes.
Yeah. I got a lot to think about.
We might have to do this analyzing Joe Stapleton once a week, whether it's on the podcast or off.
I know, and I might have to play more poker now to sort of actually try to get better before them. I don't know. It seems like a lot of work.
Maybe, you know, hit up Andrew Brokos. Talk to him for a little bit.
I'm going to sell 1,000% of myself and also owe about 400% to various coaches. Brunson's kid with 10 deuce. What are you doing? Come on. You can't have the avatar, the name, and
I
the
know.
fold 10 deuce.
That's very disappointing.
All right, I see you in chat, Maria Ho. And we're going to address that in a second. T3, G3 raises ace-king, and you can understand why a 3-bet might come out of the big blind with ace-4 against the late position raise, but ace-4 has walked into it.
Yeah, pretty much going to get the pile here.
Just 23 million. Sorry, Sahakian. Good laydown. Blinds up. $500,000 for the big blind. And that classic ante level of 62,500. So Hippie H asked, did Joe buy you dinner yet, Maria? And Maria wrote back, absolutely not, which is true. However, I hung out with Maria late Friday night, and I begged her to come back to my hotel room and have Jack in the Box with me. And she declined. So I feel like that was the offer right there. Like, that was your opportunity to have dinner, was to have Jack in the Box in my hotel room.
How could I ever pass that up?
Pissed drunk.
Not to mention you were sharing your room with someone else as well. So there were a lot of things I was saying no to in that moment.
We got yelled at. The people in the room next door to us opened their half of the adjoining door and banged on our side to tell us to be quiet when we got back to our room. Maybe very uncomfortable. Ace 10 flopping pretty good here. Jack 7 does have outs. Not the running hearts they might think they have, though. I don't see how you fold this for one. Uh-oh! Luckily, blockers aren't real, and we could see some real fireworks here when the heart hits the river.
It will be interesting to see what size Just Razzy, whatever, goes for here, just because, you know, 5 million in the pot, they've got just under 6.5 back. If you want to make this a turn and a river, see, yeah, it's just kind of awkward to know what sizing you can make it on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Especially with all those draws out there.
Does get the worst hand to fold. I mean, Maria, have you even had loaded tiny tacos? You don't even know you were turning down.
So, to be fair, I used to eat my fair share of Jack in the Box in my college years. And then 5 years ago, I had it once. And it literally made me so sick that I was like, I cannot ever eat Jack in the Box again. I've never felt so sick.
You got so sick, and then you touched all the chips at Commerce.
So, no, I haven't had any Jack in the Box since Tiny Tacos era, but I used to really like their, what is it called? Chicken fajita pita?
I don't know if they have that anymore. I like I'm a big, their spicy chicken sandwich is very good. And I like the sourdough jack, but seasoned curly fries is really the main selling point for me.
Curly
and the
fries are my
tacos.
second
2
favorite
tacos
fries.
for $1 or whatever they are. They're delicious.
I think my fries order is waffle fries if they have them, then curly fries.
Waffle fries is Carl's Jr. / Hardee's.
Mm-hmm.
Seasoned curlies at Jack in the Box. Luca Tom, Ace King, Big Slick Energy. Ace Deuce suited on the button. This is a question I have for you. Are we supposed to be calling with these suited aces on the button? We can, right?
You can call, you could 3-bet. Yeah, you can call or 3-bet, you know, certainly mix between the two. Kind of depends on where the opener opens from and stack sizes as well. Here, they're just going to get the hammer.
All right, let me try to ask a question that might sound stupid here. So you 3-bet there at the ace deuce, and you end up missing out on your equity because you get jammed on, right? That's true?
Yes and no. I mean, to be fair, you don't really have, against the actual hand, you know, their equity wasn't that great anyways. But
so is that good? My follow-up question is that good because if you flop an ace, you're going to lose everything? Like, is that actually a good outcome for you that you get jammed on there?
Well, yeah, it's a good outcome in the sense that ace-2 suited isn't that strong of a hand. So if you 3-bet and have to fold, you know you're not folding against a 4-bet shove of that size with having the best hand there, right? You know you're not, like, folding the best hand when you 3-bet and fold to a 4-bet jam with ace-2 suited. So you know that you don't ever have to feel so bad about. You know, there's the hands that you 3-bet, and then when you have to fold to a 4-bet, you feel kind of gross about, and ace-2 suited isn't really one of them.
I'm not a big re-raise with ace deuce suited, only because I want to get to the flop. I don't think it's the best hand anyway, usually, most of the time. Like, I'm already thinking I'm behind, so I'm going to need a little help. So I'm not like a big 3-better there because I don't want to get 4-bet.
I think you'll see people, depending on stack depth and whatnot and positions, of course. You know, sometimes people will just flat with some of those suited ace combinations, and, you know, they'll mix again between calling and 3-betting.
I think one thing is that I'm not fluid enough. Like, I kind of do the same things in every situation, and I think I need to be more balanced and more less predictable, I guess, in the way. Like, you know, I'm always calling with a suited ace on the button. You know, obviously not for my entire stack or whatever, but, you know, just for standard raise. I'm never 3-betting. I'm never folding.
Well, I think, you know, in the post-solver era, that's where randomization and things like that come in, right? It's like you're not... The solution for certain hands is not always going to be you call 100% of the time or fold 100% of the time. It's going to be a mix between folding or calling or raising. And because of that, you know, it is important to make sure that you aren't doing the same thing with the same hand all of the time, because that's probably going to be incorrect.
Well, we're down to 28 of the 9,844 total entries. And King 4 is coming out swinging on the button, is running into 2 better hands. And Sahakian decides just to put it all in. I guess it's a 31 big blind shove, so that seems okay, yeah. And another shove. This one for 20 big blinds seems a little bit more reasonable. Probably a little too much for King Jack to call off. Yes, indeed. Pocket jacks for Brunson's kid in the small blind, facing a raise from 5s, but we've also got the snowmans for Sahakian.
No.
And 9s for Grunman. Wow, okay.
Yeah, super interesting here because, you know, the nines sitting there with about 25 bigs is kind of unsure what they want to do because the 5s did open from under their gun. So they decide to play it on the safe side, which just really opens up an amazing spot for Brunson's kid to shove here. And there's so much dead money.
5s does have everyone covered. This is a slam dunk fold with 2 players still to act behind, I think, but it's got to be a little tempting to collect 3 bounties if you can just somehow spike a 5 here. Wow, they're going for it.
Yeah, it does end up trying to shut everybody else out now.
8s fold. I mean, at this point, you want the 8s and 9s to call, right? Like, if you're already behind to the jacks, it's a 5 or nothing.
Yeah, Grumman doesn't. Yeah, I was going to say they definitely have
a call.
Yeah.
And jacks hold. Brunson kid survives. Side pot for Grunman. Fours now for Brunson's kid. Do you remember the Doyle's room back in the heyday of online poker? And everybody, hey, everybody, I'm Doyle Brunson. Good luck at the tables. Shuffle up and deal.
What were they a skin of? Doyle's Room basically used a software from a pre-existing site, I'm pretty sure. I just can't remember what site it was. But
Yeah, I can't either, but it was a skin.
I kind of remember it being like a light green color. Was their whole color thematic background like a light green, maybe?
It was green and kind of blue. I feel like then they had other pros on the site. It was like Doyle, Todd, and like Dewey Tomko. We're like they're big.
Dewey Tomko. Everybody says Dewey Tomko just lives the life. Just golfed all day before and lived in Florida, I think.
My first year working in poker was so funny. I'm sitting at the table. I'm working for Card Player Magazine. I got a Card Player shirt on, a Card Player polo. It's stitched in the thing. The table says Card Player. And Dewey Tomko comes up to the table and he goes, hey, oh, we got it all in from nines here. King, queen suited.
Yeah, just over 20 bigs.
Woo, baby. 2 hearts.
Oh,
Heart on the turn.
snap.
That's it. Lights out for nines. Donnie Aziz, Busto, KO. Gone. Flushed out of the tournament. So Dewey Tomko comes up to the table and goes, hey, he's got money in his hand. He goes, I want to put some money on your site. And we go, no, we're not an online poker site. It's Card Player Magazine. He's like, yeah, no, I know your boss. I'm going to put some money on the site. And we're like, no, it's not you can't put money on, he's like, who do I got to talk to around here to put some money on your goddamn site? And we're like, okay, dude, like, you need to go away now. I don't know what he thought was happening.
I mean, he was just trying to give you guys money.
Yeah, right. I should have been like, okay, no problem. We'll put it in your account. Yoink.
That's someone you should be selling a piece of your main event to. He looks like he's ready for action.
Yeah, right. Yeah, totally. Pocket aces here for Mad Affurable. Is that a real word? What does that mean? Affurable.
I mean, if you don't think it's a word, I definitely don't think it's a word.
Okay, so people will sometimes use the word affurable when they're trying to say a pun about pets, like adorable, affurable.
Oh, like a furrable, yeah, like a fur. Interesting.
And then, but it seems to be Google. You know when Google takes that tone with you and they go, "Did you mean affable?" Ace is holding. Not a great board for fives. Yes, turns out cake poker. Thank you, Scott. Good guess, whoever guessed cake poker before.
Oh.
Scott Johnson. Ace 7 of clubs for T3, G3. That sounds like a Star Wars droid. And they'd call him Teeth for short. 8, 10. Misses pretty hard here. All right, Alvin, who says it was not cake poker, it was Tribeca Network. Doyle's Room was originally Tribeca Tables. It moved to microgaming until that network blocked Americans. The next stop was cake poker. Doyle's Room ran into financial issues on the cake poker platform. You're both right. Thank you for your comment. Pocket fours for Bruno's at the table. Hey, Bruno, welcome back, buddy. Queen 10 suited for Teeth. Grunman, not gonna do it, I don't think, nor will Brunson's kid. 24 players remain, final 3 tables. And blinds are up yet again. What's weird is that this always happens to me. I don't know if it'll ever not happen. What felt like an absolutely massive stack when we started the broadcast is now just like 40 big blinds. No one with a particularly huge stack at this table.
Yeah, especially if, you know, as a big stack, you are going to be going after the bounties more, then obviously sometimes, you know, you'll win some, you lose some when you try to go bounty hunting. You know, a lot of the times you'll be in flips or, you know, 70-30s. And so sometimes it's hard to accumulate because you have, you know, a big enough stack where you are going for the bounties, but you are going to end up calling lighter in some spots. And when the best hand holds, you're kind of right back to where you started.
Right. Mad Affirable folds 10-7. Josh Buckberg asks, anyone know what the bounty leader is at? Yes. Thank you for your question. Brunson's kid gets away from King 8, Queen 8 for Bruno. I believe the bounty leader is Biodelic.
Well, this is going to get some pre-flop action, especially cutoff versus button premiums.
You know what they say, Maria? Well, if you ain't flipping, then you must be tripping.
I have never heard that before.
It's a very popular saying in the high stakes world, I guess, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Your thing.
Oh, that must be why. About 30 bigs effective. Can't see any other play than a shove for Bruno here.
Bruno flops an ace and a king and a heart. No jacks up here. Mad Affirable gets doubled through. Not a good 30 minutes for the player who had all the chips when we got to this table. Brunson's kid with ace king. Tray balls for Affirable. Now down to 27 bigs. Less than that, actually. Sorry, I forgot they went up. Ace king misses. Not the worst scary board for threes.
Yeah, a backdoor straight possibility as well. So could see them calling to the small continuation.
And that straight draw, Maria hypothesized, has developed on the turn.
Does feel like you just want to try to realize your equity here and also take a free card with your showdown value. Well, that's fun.
Two, three, four, 5, 6, a boom. Nice try, nice try. Nice try, a little value here, a little half pot. Nice try.
Yeah, ace-king, very clearly a bluff catcher in this spot. But I think as played, it's going to be pretty hard to find many bluffs in your opponent's range. I think, you know, when they call your raise pre-flop and call that flop bet, you certainly have to put a lot of pairs in their range. You know, the strongest 10x type hands will obviously be betting turn, but certainly some 9s, 8s, 7s, some rivered sets, some rivered straights are going to play it that way.
I'm with Dak Productions on YouTube. It says, should have bet 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. I love that. I love doing that. I'm just in it for the memes mostly. 9-6, limping in. The Motown hand checks behind, flops top pair. Nice try, Luca Tom. It's over. Titan Chegg with the Cowboys.
Yeah, and this is where you are really happy that this is a PKO, because when you have such a strong hand, you're most likely going to get looked up because of your bounty, whereas sometimes when you shove, you know, even an 8 big blind stack, people aren't going to call off here.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like even 4s maybe could have tried to win a bounty there. Snap folded.
Yeah, I think if you were a little bit, you know, one to close out the action, they might have given it some more thought. I mean, I think it's definitely going to be a call if you were in the big blind, obviously, and maybe the small blind as well.
So Sahakian needs to spike an ace to get this bounty from Titan. King sold, double up Titan, and from what I understand, we are switching. Checking in with Biodelic 420. There it is. There's the biggest bounty in the tournament, worth about $2,400. Diego all in from the small blind over the top of the raise from Dijlit. Dijit?
Yeah.
Dijlit?
I think it's, you know, the fact that it's pretty much all of DJ Elite's stack, they will fold.
And the two biggest stacks of the tournament are at this table, Biodelic and from Ram Meow. Ram Meows. Ram Meows. Raising. Is that a Lee Jones avatar?
What? Really? No. Stop. You had me for a second there, Stapes.
K-Mac folds A7 in the small blind. Top pair for Romeo. Okay, guys, people writing in chat to tell me it's Romeo. Just relax, okay? Just calm down. I mean, this is really your first time chat, Wesley? Your first time writing in was to tell me that it's Romeo? Do you really think I thought the name was Romeo? Did you really? all in and a call. DJ needs to hit a club or a straight. No dice. Brick, ship it to Romeo. Thanks for the tip, chat. Sorry.
Are you okay? Do you need a break? Do you need a breather?
I'm fine.
I'll take it here. Okay.
I'm all right. But I can feel this vein here throbbing. Throbbing right now. I'm just going to stroke it for a while. It's the only thing that makes it feel better. Biodelic re-raising out of the big blind. Sorry, King Queen suited. This is exactly what you were worried about when you raised King Queen under the gun. Sorry, offsuit.
Yeah, if it were suited, they could probably find a continue, but definitely gonna just fold to the power.
A7 suited for the chip leader and bounty leader after that last elimination. Bye, Red Sox. Have a good day. See you later. Ooh, and King Queen decides to jam over the under the gun raise. Not a lot of big blinds. Probably the best hand they were going to see for a little while.
Yeah, especially with the fact that it was the chip leader opening under the gun, so certainly going to have a little bit of a wider range than somebody opening off of a shallower stack.
And yeah, picks up the pot without having to see a flop, turn, or river. Ace-10 for Murph. 3 million, huh? Oh, it's an all-in. Okay, I get it.
Yes, effectively committed here, so...
Let's go. Yeah, let's go.
Clubs.
Let's go, chip
Monster,
leader in the big blind. Come on. Ten on the flop. Also a 9. 10's good, though. Double up Murph to about 13 bigs. Pocket 9s for Biodelic. Just barely in second place. Ace-5 defense. Flops a gut shot. Ten on the turn. Another over for the pocket 9s. And the river being a king, not the worst card for 9-9. And is going to get a free showdown if they want it. The way this hand is played out, I think maybe you could even try a bet. But Biodelic checks and collects the pot. Seven, 6 of diamonds for Biodelic. Raise it up. Adriano is going to flat with ace-jack. Diego with a pretty stinky hand. Folds. 8, 4, deuce. Monotone board. Adriano with the ace of clubs. To not flush draw. Biodelic with lots of outs to make a pair. Also a few ways to make a straight that doesn't make a flush for Adriano.
Wow, look at this bet. This overbet makes it very tough for the ace of clubs to continue.
And it does eventually make the fold. Blinds up again. We are plowing through these levels. 350, 700. Lamari asks, any Finnish players still in? No. Thank you for your question. Ace 10 for Biodelic. Queen 9 suited folds out of the small blind. Diego with pretty short stack. Ace King suited for K-Mac. Any players from Andorra still in? I think that question plays if it's just any players from Andorra, question mark.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, you have a shot at the bouncy. It's going to cost you most of your chips. And if you feel like, you know, with that type of stack, right, and if you feel like with that type of stack, they're going to be shoving fairly wide. You know, it might sometimes be tempting with like a suited queen, but Murph is going to pass on that spot. Staves, do you want to know what has been sucking up a lot of my time lately?
Yes, please.
I decided to rewatch Game of Thrones. Do you think that's a good idea or a bad idea?
That's fine. I don't think it's a show I would ever go back and rewatch unless I was like dating someone new that hadn't seen it before. If I was like watching it with someone else. Are you going to watch the entire thing or quit when it gets bad?
You know, the thing is I don't think it gets bad until a lot later than most people.
Ooh, baby. Set of 9s for Andriano. Just a jack for Romeo. Now, my other question is this. How much attention are you paying to the show while you're watching it? Is it just like on in the background while you're doing other stuff? Or is it dark room, no talk time?
No, I mean, it's closer to dark room, no talk time. Because, so I've never, obviously, this is my first time rewatching it, and I watched every season as it came out. So it's been a long time since the first season, since I initially watched it. And boat on the end,
ooh,
but
boy.
trip jacks.
Goodness.
This
and
is
checks.
certainly
Wow, Andriano checks the full house. I don't see how you don't get the full double here. There's the 7 million. Oh, just a call.
Wait,
okay,
what?
I guess Ace
wow,
Jack is out
okay,
there.
all right. Yeah, Ace Jack is out there, but I still feel like if you know that flushes are going to be betting there, of course, and trip jacks as well, you really got to go for the shove.
You know what? I'm a pretty tight player. I approve. I'm fine with it. You can never be too careful. There's quad jacks out there, pocket aces. There's a lot that beats you, Maria. So you're saying you're giving this the full-on reliving Game of Thrones. I didn't know you liked Game of Thrones that much even to rewatch it.
No, I love Game of Thrones. I definitely have my issues with the season finale, with the series finale, but
yeah,
actually rewatching it has given me a deeper appreciation for just how well that show was made, but also like they tied up all the loose ends, you know. Some shows that go on for that long, they aren't really able to come together in the end and really touch on all of the things that were left hanging in the balance. But even if it didn't end the way that some people would have liked, they definitely tied things up into a nice, neat bow, even if it's not viewers' preferred ending.
I think now that you're rewatching it, you're going to see that there was actually a ton of loose ends that never went anywhere. That kind of just side stories that just kind of fizzled. You just forgot about them by the time the show actually ended. 3-5 makes the call there, by the way, with the up and down straight draw. Romeo may be tilting a little bit from that last loss. What a ton of chips being piled in right now on this flop. And Romeo makes the best hand with a pair of threes on the turn. Not much pot to stack here.
Biodelic now with an open-ended straight draw as well, but will they want to continue? They do.
I mean, this is some real stack swinging here. Biodelic with queen high. Romeo, pair of threes good. Why am I'm getting some flashbacks to the weekend here. Romeo with a bluff catcher. Pair of threes.
Yeah, but does have the betting lead and has a blocker, of course, you know, to the straight. So does end up giving up. Can Biodelic pull the trigger?
Does not pull the trigger. How surprised are you when your three is good there and Romeo back into the chip leader spot? Ace-10 of diamonds for Murph flush. Raise and take it. Wow, Queen Jack doesn't even defend. Some real head scratchers here.
But as James said, you know, it's the Sunday Million.
Is the point to rewatch Game of Thrones and then just hit the ground running with House of the Dragon?
I've started House of the Dragon. I think I finished episode 5, so what, I'm 1 or 2 episodes behind now. No, the point was actually, I maybe should have led with this, is I actually never watched the series finale of Game of Thrones until a month ago. Honestly, I heard from everybody how terrible it was, and I just didn't want to watch it because I think I wanted to preserve the idea in my head of how much I loved Game of Thrones. But then I finally, because of House of the Dragon, I decided to finally watch the series finale, and then it prompted me to start all over again.
And what did you think of this series finale? I mean, I know you just expressed some of it, but this is new information that you just saw it for the first time. Were you as disappointed as everyone else?
No, I actually think it was to my benefit that I held off on watching it for so long, because I think if you were following as it was happening, then of course there's going to be a lot of disappointment. But I already heard how bad it is, so there was no hype for me of like, oh, they have to end this in a certain way. It was like I expected the ending to be less than stellar. So when I watched it, I actually had the opinion of this isn't as bad as everybody made it out to be.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think it was as bad as everyone made it out to be, but I didn't love it.
Nom 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 nom.
But I'd started not loving it way before that. Like I didn't like the entire last season, and I think that like half of the season before that I started disliking it. Of the Snowmen's called by Ace-10, we're flipping, and another sets galore. Spades not a factor. Diego almost doubles up, knocks out K-Mac. We're down to 21. Ace-9 on the gun for Andriano, who's tight when he's got a boat, but loose when he's got Ace-9 offsuit under the gun. Ace-10 folds. King-10 defends and makes a straight on the turn.
Yeah, just about 30% pot there on the turn. Got Andriano pretty curious with jacks and nines, but this board texture obviously just incredibly
Wow. Snap
tough to would have.
Jeez.
Well, actually, they were counterfeited and they just had queens and jacks with the ace
Oh.
on the river.
Got
But
That
it was a
explains the
very
snap
small
call a little
bet.
more. That makes sense. I looked away for a second. Burnin' Kush asked, do the Sunday Millions usually have an overlay? No. Not usually. King Jack flops 2 pair. But Queen 9 of clubs has got to be pretty hopeful with this sort of flop. Seven does not change anything. And does manage to avoid a bad river by shoving the turn. Maria Brennan wants to know who's your favorite character in Game of Thrones.
Well, I don't know if anybody else experienced this, but depending on the season, it would change. You know, at first it was, you know, there was at one point in time where obviously Daenerys was my favorite character, and then Jon Snow, and then Tyrion, and you know, Brienne of Tarth was awesome at some points, and Bronn. I don't know. There were so many, and Arya, of course. How could I forget her? All of them.
Biodelic takes that one down with 5 high. Was Hodor ever in the rotation?
I mean, who could not like Hodor? I don't know if he was my favorite, but he was well loved.
My favorite character was Ed Sheeran.
I mean, as you know, didn't you know that Ed Sheeran is my hall pass? I feel like I obviously should have said Ed Sheeran.
3 deuce of hearts. Gotta see at least one more card. We got the street flash draw.
Gonna try to make it so they see 2 cards at this point.
Yeah, we're gonna see them both. There's the straight on the turn and another
is.
straight on the river. Romeo. Maybe he's going to feel inclined to call this off after Diego shoves. Domination situation. How big? How big is that bounty? I can't see it. I can't see what Diego's worth. Not a ton. Yeah, $500. Ace 10 now. For Hramiachs. Yankee. Ace 8 suited. Big blind. Sure, why not? There's an 8. 8's good for now. Can you stand the heat? So far, so good.
Yeah, and that's a fairly safe turn card for second pair, so would have to see if Ace 10's going to want to put a lot of pressure, or perhaps feeling like maybe Ace High has some showdown value, of course, against some flush draws, etc.
Will Yankee get to showdown? Yankee was the start of day chip leader. Obviously has fallen on hard times. Checks it over to Romeo. And Romeo checks it back. Yankee is going to rake it with a pair of 8s. These players are going on break, but we've got another table still in action. Jack 10 for Bruno. 9-10, the Grafton suited for Mad Affurable. 1 spade on the flop, 1 straight card for each player.
Yeah, pretty standard, I think, to find a continue here with a 10-9 of spades, especially against a min bet.
Min bet, but not a ton of chips. Ooh. And Mad Affurable gets away with 1 there. Takes it down with 10 high. No need for a turn. No need for a river. Those players are going on break. But you know who's back from break? Jimmy Jamhardigan.
Thank you, Joseph, I think. As we go into the second break of day 2 of this week's Sunday Million, it is TG3GS. I think I got that right, from Poland. Let's call him T3. 62 million chips. Romeo currently second on the leaderboard with 54.8 million. Of course, the action resuming in the next 5 minutes. Okay, Joe, so we've already established there's a lot of stuff we're saving until this week's podcast. We're going to talk about the hand from Hustler Casino Live. We're going to talk about the satellite you played, the charity tournament you played, rather, where you won your World Series of Poker main event ticket. We're going to talk to Sam Grafton. But one of the things I think we're not going to have time for, so let's talk about it now, was your road trip down south to San Diego. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it was several members of our extended sort of family here, Maria Ho with me, and then several people who have been on the podcast before,
So
Josh Molina.
Who's Maria Ho? Oh! Got it.
That one. Josh Molina has been on the podcast and played some stuff for us in the past. Beth Hall, Danny Zucker, all friends of me, mine, and Maria's. And we decided to go down to San Diego to see Josh in a play. And right before the play started, he texted us and said, keep an eye out towards the end of the play. I'm going to send you guys a signal. It's going to be just for you guys. And Maria, did you catch the signal when it happened?
No, I definitely did not.
Yeah. So what Josh did was, there's a scene in the play where they go to the cabinet and get a bunch of snacks. And while they're eating snacks, Josh's signal was he took an Oreo and he put it up to his ear and twisted it open. None of us caught it. Not a single one of us caught it. And he wasn't sure that we caught it, so he tried to do it again like a second time, and he missed his line. He actually messed up the play trying to send us this signal. And afterward, he was like, did you see it? I did the Teddy KGB, the Oreo thing. Did you see it? And we were all like, no. We were all expecting something a lot more personal for us. And I could tell he was a little disappointed that we didn't get it, but it was still nice that he tried.
Yeah, so just to be clear, Maria, you guys went down to see the play. He thought he was doing something special for you. You didn't catch the reference. He ends up ruining the play for everyone else. This sounds like a standard Stapes night out.
Right? I mean, yeah, but all jokes aside, though, it was really great to see Josh in his element. And I mean, honestly, nowadays, I don't really have a lot of friends that are in the performance space. And, of course, a lot of people probably missed out on musicals and plays during the pandemic. So it was just nice to see. Oh, I think Stapes took offense to that. I'm so sorry,
Well, I mean,
Stapes.
it's just like so.
I said I don't
I'm
have
just
a
gonna do
lot.
the math
I didn't say I
here.
don't have any friends in the performance.
How far is it to drive to San Diego versus to drive to North Hollywood this Saturday for my stand-up
I never
show?
said I wasn't gonna. I never told you I wasn't gonna be able to go. I don't know why you're guilt tripping me
But
into
I haven't
something
had like a strong confirmation either.
I kind of felt that Maria was talking more about the traditional performing arts like stage and screen. I mean, Josh is obviously an actor who's been in movies and numerous TV shows, including The West Wing and Scandal. Is acting in a play on the stage. He's not kind of, trying to persuade people on Twitter to come and watch him do stand-up. There's a bit of a difference there. Come on.
Have you not seen me holding that box in the Wild Cherry Pepsi commercial? You think I don't act? You don't think how much research I did to put into that character?
And
like
also,
this?
I should never forget, Joe, you do have that very small cameo role in the card counter. I said it at the time. I'll say it again. You played the role of a loser to perfection.
Thank you. I prepared my whole life for it.
In the cola commercial, your guy getting fired, right? Cleaning out your desk, taking your box of your belongings out.
That was my internal backstory, which should show you what a great actor I am.
I'm glad you guys had a good night out. Sounds like it was a very busy weekend, Joe. I knew that you were going to go and see the play. I didn't know you were going to play poker that weekend. But as I said, we'll get into that when we record the podcast on Wednesday. I know it's frustrating, guys. I know you want us to talk about the cheating scandal, talk about the hand. We will. Sam Grafton will join us on the podcast. We'll release that show on Thursday. Now, because it's going to be a busy podcast, I think we'll also talk a little bit about movies and TV later on as well. But right now we're going back to the tables. Joe's going to take a break. Maria and I are going to stick around as we analyze the action with 20 players remaining from a starting field of 9,844. And a reminder that we are playing down to a winner tonight. The Sunday Million is a 2-day tournament, so we will crown a winner at some point this evening. So Biodelic and Romeo are the two biggest stacks here as we establish going into the break. Romeo is currently second overall. It is T3G from Poland who is in the catbird seat right now with 62 million. Romeo, by the way, playing from Peru. Biodelic playing from Brazil. And if I look in the lobby, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Brazilian flags in the top 10. No real surprise to see that 50% of the top 10 are Brazilian. Murflash with a dominating hand gets the double up through Romeo. That changes things. Romeo now third in chips. And now we have King Queen versus Ace Jack. Romeo has opened under the gun. Adrian calls with King Queen. Lights Out Loser says, I thought PokerStars was only in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. Lights Out Loser, I'm going to guess you are a resident of the United States of America and therefore aren't aware that there are other countries in the world. Snowman's.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Diogo keep opening to 1.6. Up Gamer 21, thank you very much for the suggestion. We have run free rolls for viewers regularly, giving away tickets to the Sunday Million. Not doing that this week, but maybe in a future week there'll be the chance. I have to say, the objective of giveaways like that, the objective of any promotion where we reward our audience with free rolls or give away tickets, is not to increase the audience of the channel. It's not about trying to inflate audience numbers by bribing people to watch. It's rewarding the loyal fans who are here for the content, who are here for the love of the game. That's what it should be. So Yankee, who started day 2 as chip leader, and is now a tad on the short side. Average stack right now is 27 million. Does have the best hand here. Flopping top pair on the flop, which has now become second pair on the turn. Romeo with a pair of 5s. And Queen 10 still good here. And let's see if Yankee goes for thin value or a little bit of value on this straighty flushy board on the river, or just checks it back and wins 7.8 million chips. That's what happens. So obviously I teased Maria that we are going to talk about movies and TV shows in the next break. I appreciate you and Joe have already discussed Game of Thrones extensively, so we won't revisit that one. I mean, I don't know what your situation's like. My list of shows that I'm behind with, shows that I've never seen, shows that I want to watch is so long. Even though there are programs that I love, like The Sopranos, for example, and I've often thought, I'd love to watch The Sopranos again from the beginning. I don't have time. I almost find it quite stressful and anxiety-inducing keeping up with all the stuff that's out there.
Yeah, but somehow you always manage to find time to watch Alex on Selling the OC.
There were only, there were only like 8 episodes? It's like, I was really annoyed when it ended. I'm like, I expected this to be a full series. I think what they do with those reality shows is they film a bunch and then release it in 2 batches. Like, there's more down the line. Season 2 can't be far off.
But in the meantime, you know, she has an Instagram page. She's
okay, well, I'm
very
I'm
active.
Love me some Alex Hall.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got the straight draw versus the flush draw versus a pair of aces, which is currently the best hand.
Yeah, it would be really tough, though, to bet multi-way for value with the ace-10. You always assume that somebody could be lurking with the queen.
Hippie H says, if you watch The Sopranos, you also have to suffer that awful ending. 100% disagree. I think the ending of The Sopranos is brilliant. I think it's very clear what the ending implies. And I think it's the perfect ending to the series.
I have never watched The Sopranos.
See what you've done, Hippie H? You've inspired Shina Mubabi to join the conversation, make their first ever comment on Twitch. Sopranos ending was amazing. If I were giving out prizes, just to be clear, I'm not, you would get one. (9-7) versus Queen 8, and there's a pair of 9s on the flop for Diego. There are a lot of players who are either short stack, Maria, or in what I like to call kind of like that awkward stack size situation.
Yeah.
I mean, with the average now being 29 million and the blinds going up to 500 and a million inside of 10 minutes, the pressure is on, and the flush draw does not get there. Diego is good, but I don't know. I wouldn't be feeling overly confident about a pair of 9s on this board.
Yeah, luckily, you know, in a blind versus blind situation, you obviously end up feeling like the ranges are a bit wider, so it makes you feel like, you know, if Yankee wanted to go for a bluff here, that you almost feel obligated to look them up with a piece of the board.
I'm not ignoring you, Joe Robot Food. I just want to see how this hand plays out, and then I will address your comment. It does go check, check, and Diego wins the pot. Joe says, can we talk about the cinematic masterpiece that is Swordfish? I'm sure I've mentioned this on numerous occasions. I used to be a film critic. I used to do movie reviews. At 2 points in my life, I've been a film critic. And early 2000s was a time where I was kind of working in the entertainment industry and doing showbiz news and doing interviews with actors and directors. Maria, there was always a tell. If you went to a critic screening of a movie, the better the catering, the worse the movie was going to be. And I remember going to see Swordfish, and I think I took my mate Ray, who interestingly we streamed PUBG with last week. And we walked in, and it was an evening screening, and they were laying on beer and pizza. And I went, well, this is awesome, but I tell you, this means the movie's going to be shit. And sure enough, the beer and pizza was an absolute harbinger of what was to follow, which is an atrocious movie.
I mean, I think that's pretty smart by the, you can always bribe people with good food and good drinks. And it's kind of a win-win situation, though, for you regardless, right? Worst thing is you sit through a mediocre movie, but you get free meal.
I think with evening screenings, yes. The tough ones with the first screenings are always on a Monday morning, 9 for 9:30. So you arrive at like the film office on at 9 o'clock, and the film starts at 9:30. And Sony used to have their screening room in Golden Square in the centre of London. And it was a great screening room. And again, they would like normally just provide maybe tea, coffee, and a few Danishes for those who arrived early. I went to see a film. It was a film with Idris Elba and Beyonce called Obsession. And they went to town. We had bacon rolls, we had sausage rolls, and it was an amazing breakfast spread. It did not compensate for the atrocity that we then had to sit through.
Wow. I was going to say, I never even heard of that movie, which means that it probably was
you.
atrocious. But I mean, Beyonce, could you ever go wrong supporting anything Beyonce does? I'm not sure.
Yeah, sadly, not everything Beyonce touches turns to gold. Tom says, what's the food like for an amazing film? They don't bother. That's the thing. You turn up and you're really hungry and, can I do it? But at least I know the film's going to be good. I'll sit through it really, really hungry, but at least the film's going to be good. It'll feed my brain, even if there's nothing to feed my stomach with. Again, apologies for repeating an anecdote that I wheel out from time to time, but the screening of the Da Vinci Code. No, it wasn't the Da Vinci Code. What was the sequel called? The one with Ewan McGregor.
Angels and Demons?
Angels and Demons. Hold on a second. Let's see. I want to watch Kings 3's Ace 3, and then we'll talk about the Angels and Demons screening.
Yeah, about 25 bigs for Ace 3. Could they potentially be considering a squeeze? Yeah, there it goes.
Well, the squeeze ain't going to work, and I imagine we'll see two folds here. Indeed. So at the screening of Angels and Demons, again, it was Sony Pictures. It was first thing on a Monday morning, and they'd had some problem with their kitchen where they weren't even able to offer hot drinks. So there was no tea, there was no coffee. Now, I am not going to name this individual, and I'm not going to say which outlet he worked for, but he was quite a well-known film critic for a major publication. And he wasn't happy about the fact that there was no coffee and was demanding that they send someone out to Starbucks to get him a coffee. And clearly this was not going to happen. He defiantly and petulantly slammed his fist down and said, if you don't get me a coffee by the time this film starts, it will lose 1 star by default.
Stop. Oh my gosh, that is insane. That's crazy. Everyone's a diva. There's always one.
Well, King's still good. There is the old adage that there's always an ace on the desk when you
inquiring minds in chat do want to know what I also was wondering. Did they get him the coffee, or they take this threat seriously?
In all honesty, I don't know. Or I did, but I deliberately, and it's a publication that I never normally read, I did check out that review. It got a very low review, but I think that was probably because the film was a turd rather than the critic was still reeling from the fact that he didn't have coffee.
Really, really small bet here for value. Just feeling like they got it from Ace King High there with the King Jack.
So this is a Brazilian player we have now at the feature table, Maria. JP Salgador Crow. JP. JP has 91.9 million chips. The second biggest stack is Biodelic, sat to their direct left, who's got 55 million. So a sizable chip advantage now with 16 players remaining. We are down to the final 2 tables in this week's Sunday Million. Not just playing to the FT, but playing to a winner tonight. Omar Skins. I'm sure James has nothing bad to say about the cinematic masterpiece that stars Brendan Fraser, The Mummy. That's a solid movie. I thought The Mummy was great fun. No, I don't have anything bad to say about The Mummy. Just Raz and Hold'em on a Monday. Ace Jack versus Ace 10, a domination situation. No 10 on the river to save C4, who explodes and is out. In 16th place, taking us down to 15, and JP's got a big hand. But no action. 93 million, though, not to be sneezed at. Sadly, we do not have the human calculator with us for the 500,000, 1 million blind level, so I'm afraid we can't tell you how many big blinds any of these players have. It's just too hard.
I mean, I could use the calculator on my phone. I mean, it's not as cool as when Stapes does it, but
yeah.
If you want me to.
Robert, look at the top left of the screen. Robert Rhodes, watching on YouTube. Hello. 15 players remaining. 15. There are 2 tables. That's why we're advertising the payouts for the whole final table. But, point of order, it will still have the payouts advertised for everyone at the final table, even when we're heads up. Just retrospective information, I guess.
But it will have the name of the person and the place they finished when we have less than. No? Okay. Nope, nothing like that.
Sorry. No.
Wow.
I don't think JP is folding a pair and a flush draw. And that means JP does have a lock on this, and I really hope for Biodelic's sake they shut down, but that is going to see JP move over the 100 million mark. 105 million, and now has queens against Ace King.
Yes, certainly a 23 big blind stack is going to be happy to get it in with Ace King here. I'm assuming JP's going to go for the 3-bet, and we'll see a 4-bet shove out of Yankee.
This is the sickest and classicest of all races that's about to unfold. Yankee, by the way, will be the at-risk player. Yankee was the start of day chip leader. Yankee has not hit an ace or a king on the flop, or the turn, or the river. They're out. JP is 3 for 3, and JP now has 131 million and just claimed the bounty of start of day chip leader Yankee, who cashes out in 15th place.
Pretty incredible series of hands.
So Tom is going to go to the cinema to see the Avatar sequel. Is that a movie that anyone is interested in seeing? Is that a movie that anyone is excited about? Really? Really?
Yes. Why? Did you not like the first one? What's wrong with wanting to...
I thought technically it was a phenomenal accomplishment. Seen in 3D on the big screen, I admired it incredibly. I thought the story was meh.
Yeah, I think I would probably agree that the story is pretty...
And, oh, Agent Bilko. We've got a disco. Bilko's back in time to fold the 6-3.
But like, you're still that being said, you're still gonna watch it. Like, you might not run out to the movies to see it, but you're not even
the last couple
curious?
of occasions. The last couple of occasions I've been to the cinema, the trailers come on, and it just leaves me cold. It's like I've forgotten the original movie completely. I'd forgotten it existed. I have no interest in seeing the sequel. I've no interest in rewatching the original. Sorry. Does nothing for me. And I like James Cameron. I think James Cameron is a really good filmmaker, but Avatar just left me cold. As I said, beyond the technical accomplishment, beyond how good it looked in 3D, it's not a movie I ever warmed to.
Well, I'll make sure to give you my full review.
The movie that I do want to see, and I think it's out already, is Don't Worry Darling, Olivia Wilde's film. The last trailer I saw for that, which very much pitched it as a horror movie, really piqued my interest. So that's the film I would like to see next. As Diego moves all in with sevens, but Diego has run into the kings of Just Raz and Hold'em on a Monday. And kings are holding, kings are good. Inconsequential Barry and a KO as Diego Keep is eliminated in 14th place. Down to 13 now. Table of 6, table of 7.
Yeah, we are quickly approaching the final table, and it's going to be it's looking really good for JP so far. You definitely want to get to the final table in that power position, especially in a PKO.
I was also interested in the Marilyn Monroe movie, and then I realized it's on Netflix. I was thinking, oh, it's already there. It's like I don't have to wait for it. It's one of those which is opened in cinemas and on Netflix simultaneously, and I much prefer watching stuff at home than going to the cinema.
I'm sure you guys have these theaters in the UK, but where you have like the big reclining seats, you could like order food to the... Does that help the experience at all, or no?
Don't get me wrong. You can give me reclining seats, footrests, beer. You can give me pin-sharp digital screens and amazing audio. The one thing that you cannot remove is other people. And
true.
To quote Jean-Paul Sartre, hell is other people. And I think, Andy, if you're still watching, I'm sure you're going to back me up on this. When you do go to critic screenings, when you do go to industry screenings, you get spoilt because you're watching a film with like-minded people who sit there and appreciate the movie. And when you go back into Gen Pop and you have to cope with other people's conversations, other people's mobile phones, and by that I mean they're just checking messages, not on the phone, but like people who just cannot switch their phones off, drives me insane. And that's why I don't like going to the cinema. It's the shared experience is a negative for me, not a positive.
Feels like for the chip leader, it's almost tempting to maybe hope that the big blind is perhaps on the light side. So a bit of an ambitious, call, but in position, you have all the chips. Why not?
Well, I used to like going to the National Film Theatre, Maria. They wouldn't let you in if you arrived after the film had started. They wouldn't let you leave till the end credits had finished rolling. And you didn't eat in the cinema. You were barely allowed to bring in a bottle of water. You could go to the cafe afterwards for a slice of carrot cake, and then you could discuss the movie. That's how I want my films.
Yeah, I mean, rules exist for good reason a lot of the times, but nowadays people just are a little more lax on the viewing experience, which definitely can ruin it for other people. Board getting a little coordinated. Feels like kings should still be good, but maybe just uncertain as to how much they want to be putting in, considering there's 26 million in the pot and they have 29 million back. I think it's a pretty clear value spot, though, on this river. Certainly a brick, and your opponent check back on the turn.
A lot of people watching who need to discover the delicacy that is carrot cake. Oh, JP, don't be a hero. Hold on to that monster chip lead. Good move. Still has 121 million. Not calling it off there with the 7. 13 players remaining. Set of 3s here for Romeo, the gut shot for JP. And Graham, I welcome any and every opportunity to promote our weekly podcast, Poker in the Ears. This is the podcast that Joe and I do pretty much every week. And a few years back, I want to say 2017, Lucky You was the subject of one of our shows. We did do our analysis of bad poker movies. Eventually they all come under our gaze. We did review Lucky You. We also talked to Barry Greenstein about his recollection of appearing in the movie. So you're going to have to go back into the archive, but we definitely did our review of Lucky You. If you want my top line review, awful. Alex, I hope you're joking. Alex, the podcast has been running since 2015.
And it won an award, a Global Poker Award.
I did.
It's an award-winning podcast.
It's in the PokerStars arena. Hold on, Maria. Hold on. Props! This is the one that didn't go missing. There you go. There is the Global Poker Award for best podcast.
Now we just need a Best Broadcaster award to match, James, because you really deserve one, in my opinion.
Oh, bless you.
I'm going to be your campaign manager, even though you didn't ask me to. Even though you don't.
You're going to have to fight off Joe. Joe keeps threatening to do some kind of massive campaign. I'm like, oh, God, this is going to be so awkward. Yes, Effie, Casino Royale has also been under the spotlight. Interestingly, that's much more recent. That was towards the end of last year. That's within the last 12 months we looked at Casino Royale, and we talked to the movie's poker consultant, Dr. Tom Sambrook. So that's a good one. That's a fun one. I tracked down Tom, and he dug out, he still had it on his computer, the hand, the final hand, as he'd written it up with stack sizes and pre-flop and flop action that you don't see in the movie. And again, and interestingly, I think this is going to be a subject that gets discussed on Thursday's podcast as well. When people criticize the way the final hand plays out, you have to remember something. Just because someone is playing high stakes doesn't mean they're a good poker player and doesn't mean they make optimal decisions.
I would 100% agree with that.
You can't call off 5 million when you've only got 8 million behind. Yes, you can if you're not very good.
There's also just like that element of effort. I can't tell you how many times I've been at a table with some player who played super reasonable and played maybe 5 or 6 hours of really good, solid, patient poker. And then all of a sudden they just lose it in one hand. Like they just, something in their brain just misfires and they're like, oh, no, I'm over it. I'm over it for whatever reason, whether it's opponent dependent or I don't feel like sitting here anymore or I don't want to play well anymore. Like that happens all the time.
These two like playing big pots against each other, that's for sure. Right now, JP with the advantage. Ace high still the best hand. And blinds up to 600,000, 1.2 million. We're now at 12 players, by the way. Brunson's kid just went out in 13th place. So we're at 2 tables of 6. I'll do the proper kind of international tour when we get to the final table. There are, however, 1, 2, 3 Brazilians remaining. 1, 2, 3 players from the United Kingdom remaining. Jack's way ahead here against the old 7 deuce.
Oh, that,
what?
Yeah. Well.
Oh no, not. Come on. I mean, to be fair to Romeo, an aggressive play is going to fold out most of the hands that Agent Bilko has in the big blind. Obviously not Ace King, and ultimately Maria Queen 6 is live against Ace King. Exhibit A.
So live, they hit 2 pair on the flop and boated up on the river. All the outs were there.
Still, it did make me kind of throw up in my mouth a little bit.
Maybe it was a good thing that Stapes wasn't here for that. Even though after the way he ran in that charity tournament, you would think it would give him a little bit of a different mentality on how he's running these days.
That's right, Valley 123. You only ever see hands like that on PokerStars. They never happen anywhere else ever, and never in any other situation does the hand that has roughly 40% equity get there. And we are switching, checking on our friends at the other table. including Bruno, who we're still not talking about. T3 has slipped a bit. Remember, T3 was chip leader for a long time, and T3 now down to 37 million, involved in this hand against Sahakian. And it is T3 with the advantage here. Has the straight. Sahakian with trip queens. And I've just seen the pot, Maria, 11 million, and Sahakian's only got 6.8 behind. Tough to get away from trips here.
Yeah. Obviously, with how coordinated the board is, there's going to be a possibility that you're beat, but it kind of feels like you're at the top of your range. You do expect perhaps, you know, not a lot of hands to be bluffing here, but still looks like the right spot to call it off.
Yeah. Yeah, Bald 42, astute observation. I made the mistake of making a sarcastic comment, and I forget that there are certain people in the world who just cannot detect sarcasm. As I've said before, assume that 90% of what I say is sarcastic. Queen 10 suited opening here. Meanwhile, Mad Afferable, another former chip leader, with Ace 5 suited.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
And it is Ace 5 that flops best, second pair. We're down to 10 players, by the way. That means we are currently hand for hand. So when Donking the Nuts, charming identity, asks for us to show the other table, when we're on the bubble, when we're on the final table bubble, you do get a fair amount of switching. We will be showing both tables. And also, don't forget, well, very soon we'll be at the final table, and then there's only one table to show you. Two pair against a flush draw here. This is getting spicy.
Yeah, but with an overbet, and Murph not really sure if, you know, this is the best spot to perhaps risk almost a third of their stack here, because it would be nice, obviously, to make the flush, but oh, and it comes in.
Murph. I can't do a good McConaughey, I'm sorry. So yeah, two pair losing to the flush now. And wow, huge pot for Murph, flush, and Mad, must be Mad, down to 11.8 million. A sub 10 big blind stack now.
Yeah, decides to pass on that spot, and just knowing that, you know, they're not going to have a lot of fold equity there if they shove Jack 10 suited against the open with their bounty on the line, a really sizable bounty as well.
Aces for Mad. And this is going to be annoying. But this is another situation to make you mad, because you're not going to get any action.
That's what you think, James. We don't assume in the Sunday Million.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Mad should not get any action.
Okay,
Virtual
well, not when you
all-in.
go for 10, yeah. Maybe
Good
the
fold
open,
by T3.
perhaps.
Good fold by Murph. And yep, we are switching. Here's the other table. See? JP still chip leader with more than 100 million and has just paired their 10 on the turn. Romeo with just queen high. Is that Lee Jones?
That's what Stape said earlier when you were on your break. Wow. Did not see that coming. See, I would not have assumed that they were going to take this hand as a check or as a raise, but again, you never know. It's very unpredictable.
Very, very unpredictable.
I mean, this raise really represents, you know, trip threes or perhaps, you know, really good king X type holdings. So in essence, it does make sense. Perhaps, you know, the bluffs or semi-bluffs that 10-5 will beat here are, you know, the queen jack of spades, some of these backdoor combo draws. Whoa,
oh, come
whoa,
on.
whoa, hold on. Let me buckle up, James. I did not expect this
is JP saying, I'm going to stick it in your eye. And JP up to 125 million. I mean, we did reference earlier, Maria, that JP and Romeo were not staying out of each other's way. They were playing a lot of hands against each other. And I think JP has had enough. Ace 10 against Ace 4, and Ace 10 still good post flop. Well, Ace 10 now an 86% favorite. And now has a lock on it. JP now up over 130 million. Once again, 10 players remaining, 2 tables of 5. Hand-for-hand action right now on the final table bubble. So next player out is going to get $3,282, and then we're into the sums of money advertised on screen. But remember, it is a progressive knockout format. It is a PKO, so there are bounties in play. Half the prize money is already distributed in terms of those head prizes. We've got a flush draw against jacks here.
Yeah, the board is definitely getting a bit scarier for jacks now.
And there is the flush for JP. 1.8 million into 7.3 million.
With that sizing and the jacks with the jack of spades certainly going to come along.
And another pot is going to be heading in JP's direction, consolidating that chip lead with 10 players remaining. 5.5. You got to worry about a flush. You got to worry about straight. There's 2 overcards to jacks.
Yeah, and despite the fact that some players might just think, oh, JP is being really aggro because they have the chip lead, I think that with this sizing and with this texture, it just doesn't feel like Jacks can be good here, and sometimes you don't want to fall into the trap of thinking, oh, I'm just getting bullied by the chip leader. Certainly, they can make hands as well.
Lays it down. Maria, have you any idea who Bernie is on Twitch?
No.
Was watching our shark cage the other night, Maria. Wow. So Bernie is someone who played in that shark cage heat?
They said watched your shark cage.
Oh, sorry, they've corrected themselves afterwards. Initially it's watching our shark cage, and then there's the correction, your shark cage. Okay. Ignore.
We're like, Ike, is that you?
Ike never misses the Sunday Million on a Monday. It could be Grinder.
Oh, or it could be, oh, now I feel bad that I don't even remember their name. The one that, what was he, like Swedish perhaps?
Theo Jorgensen.
There we go. Why did I not remember in the moment? Like, I will never forget his poker persona and his demeanor at the table, but his name slipped my mind.
We've identified 4. Who is the 5th? The 6th player is obviously the qualifier. But who was the 5th person in that heat from Season 2?
Who did we name so far? Ike,
Theo, Grinder, yourself,
Grinder,
and another. Who is the 5th player?
Vicky Corin?
No, because Vicky was a winner. Remember the theme of that heat?
Right.
It was the second chances. It was all people who'd finished second in their heats in Season 1. I would say that when it comes to Shark Cage, many people would think of this player above anyone else. Sorry, Griffin, not you. The
I'm
answer's
looking at chat for
why? Why are you taking guidance?
I don't know. But definitely none of those players I know for a fact that they've named so far.
Stapleton, you worked on the TV shows. You're not allowed to take part.
Oh, well, right. Love her.
Num num. It was Sarah Shafak, Miss Finland. Joe, I am guessing like everyone else. Is that worse that... I would actually prefer it if you were giving Maria inside information rather than admitting that you'd forgotten.
Is it worse that I forgot or that Stapes kind of forgot?
Both. You're both in the doghouse from now on. It was a lot of fun, but also quite challenging at times, putting those lineups together for Shark Cage, because you wanted players that would both gel together, but also that there would be conflict's the wrong word, but there are enough differences and similarities for it to make for entertaining TV. And there's a couple of ones we got. There's a few we got horribly wrong, and I'll take personal responsibility for a couple of those. Yeah, some worked really well. No. Obviously not. Obviously not. Obviously, the second chance one built itself, right? Because there was a theme to it. One of the ones that I'm proudest of, which just came together and created this amazing kind of like social circle, was the one with Don Cheadle. With Don Cheadle, John Duffy, Gail, and Natalie, even Corey, the qualifier. They all went out to dinner that night. They all got on so well. That was one of my favorites.
Yeah, I remember that. Watching it was awesome.
Anyway, we are on the bubble of this week's Sunday Million final table, and we've got an all-in here from Adrian with Ace-King. Ace-Jack for JP, who calls. It is a domination situation in Adrian's favor, and that is a double-up. Optimus Clang. Any table with Sam Grafton is bound to work. Sam was a star of both seasons, but he was the first player eliminated from his heat in both seasons. Another death threat against Maria. Honestly. Sosa designer. Maria, I want to take you out. Can we flag that person, please? But who could forget Ronnie? Oh, yeah. Ronnie was also, I mean, that's the thing. People remember that hand. It's not just about Miss Finland. Ronnie is a huge part of that hand, obviously. And Ronnie was given his shot at redemption. He came back for the second season as well. I'd forgotten about the giraffe cosplayer.
Mm-hmm. He was in
that
my.
Was your heat in
season.
season 1,
yeah.
right? There was on the Vicky one, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, going for the second barrel. Yeah, the psychic was on my second season.
Correct. And there is that great moment, when Ike says, completely deadpan, guys, I don't think he's actually psychic.
Oh my gosh, that was so great. That was so great. JP really putting the pressure, with that double barrel, with that ace-5, getting ace-queen to fold, especially now that, we're on the final table bubble. People are going to tighten up, really want to make it to that FT.
Talk about rewatching all of Game of Thrones. These comments and these memories are making you want to rewatch Shark Cage. Biodelic all in with ace queen. Andrian with threes. Folds. EPT retro Shark Cage. The problem is, what's clear to me, Joe, from the comments right now, is that people are watching this show or have seen it very recently, I guess because it is on 24/7 and I guess on demand as well on YouTube. So I think we'd be doing it for our own benefit only.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I also think that it's a really, really, really hard show to do retro because so much of that show is table chat. And in a live environment, it's very, very hard to weave between that table chat and not crash it. And you end up saying too much and just ruin the whole thing. Switching! Sorry, I'm trying to keep tabs. But going down Shark Cage memory lane has got me distracted right now.
Well, it doesn't look like we're going to be reaching the final table before the next break.
No.
It's not really a super short stack at either of the tables from what I saw. JP trying to turn their eights into a bluff, but up against the nuts.
Oh, JP.
Will they try to go for another barrel? Nope.
So blinds up in 7 minutes time. We've got the break just around the corner, and Yeah, I think you are right, Maria. I think we are going to be going to break. Still at 2 tables, still on the final table bubble. And top pair versus second pair here.
Yeah, I think blind versus blind, we'll see the 10-9 come along for this second barrel. And, I mean, a pretty innocuous river, so would make them feel like also they're chopping now with King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10, which is going to probably be seen as, yeah, a pretty quick call.
Big pot for Romeo, which is going to take us to the break. And yes, hand-for-hand play will continue after this 5-minute hiatus. So it is JP from Brazil who has the chip lead right now, 119 million. Romeo playing 86 million. The shortest stacks are Willis 59 from the UK and Mad Affable from Germany. Both those players with sub-10 big blind stacks. Back to the action in just a moment. Let's get Joe Stapleton back into the mix because we are going to talk movies and TV shows during this break. We've talked Shark Cage. We've talked about Maria rewatching Game of Thrones from the beginning. Joe, I guess we have to touch on Andor. Is that why you've got your cup there, so that you can talk about how much you want to present Andor with a trophy?
Just my trophy. I rarely have one to show off on stream, so we can still talk about Andor.
Oh, you didn't lose that one. Glad to see.
Not yet.
Yes, I mean, the latest Star Wars show has got people buzzing because, controversially, it's actually half decent.
I wouldn't even say half decent. I think it's excellent. I think that once you have Tony Gilroy involved, one of the best screenwriters working today, has very few misses, and obviously things that he has done that aren't stellar. Obviously, you can always write it off to studio or director or whatever. The guy's just a fantastic writer. You care about the characters. It's not boring. There's no wasted dialogue. There's no fluffing around. The story moves. I mean, look, the first 3 episodes, there was an argument that they were a little slow. As far as I was concerned, that was 1 episode. That's why they released them all at once.
I think that was the smart decision. If they just released 1 episode or the first 2, I think people would not be feeling as positively about the series as they are. They made a very smart decision that mini story all came out at once. And I actually quite enjoyed the most recent episode where we're seeing behind the scenes at the bureaucracy that goes with these kind of dictatorships, with these huge kind of powerful organizations.
Yes, they've written a very realistic, at least in my opinion, portrayal of what would be going on politically, and that it isn't just when there is a sort of an empire of sorts. It's not just it's not always faceless. There are faces. There are people behind it. There are people making those decisions. There's still a bureaucrat sitting behind a desk somewhere making business decisions. So, yeah, I'm loving everything about it so far.
Yeah. So Andor continues with new episodes coming out every week. As I referenced earlier on, Maria, I'm so behind and trying to play catch-up. I watched a couple of miniseries recently. I was looking at what did well at the Emmys and what I haven't watched. And that's why I looked at Dope Sick. I recently watched The Dropout, the show about Theranos with Amanda Seyfried doing her Elizabeth Holmes impersonation for 6 episodes. And then I watched The White Lotus, which, again, I think is a year old now, and I'd completely missed out on at the time, which I very, very much enjoyed. I want to know if that Australian actor's been in anything else, because I thought he was brilliant.
From what?
The White Lotus.
Oh, he hasn't been in much, I don't think. No, but he did he win? I assume he's the guy from White Lotus that won.
I think he did win an Emmy for sure, but deservedly so.
White Lotus I thought was awesome, but I thought it was like 2 hours too long. I think that it could have been a really awesome. Look, I get why they do it, especially with pandemic. They're like, what can we shoot in a hotel, in a closed space, where we can have the whole place to ourselves and keep the quarantine rules. And they wanted to stretch as much as they wanted out of it. I did think by like episode 4, I was kind of over it. I was like, all right, let's get on with it.
I think the problem is it's on the cusp. I don't disagree that it was probably a little bit stretched, but I think to get it down to movie length, you'd have to cut too much. So I would rather it be this way round, where it was maybe a little bit bloated in places, rather than it be pared down and be kind of like blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, but I did enjoy every single performance in that, especially the fellow who played the manager. But even my old friend, Alexandra Daddario, who obviously occasionally gets some bad reviews for things that she's in, I thought she was fantastic in this too, so I like to give credit where credit's due.
No one was bad in this. And hey, Maria, we were saying earlier on, I know I have this ridiculous crush on Alex from Selling the OC. Nothing is bigger than my crush on Connie Britton. Now, that started with Friday Night Lights, and it continued through this. She is just awesome. Maria, you've earned yourself a 1 hour break. Joe and I will continue to cover this bubble action, this final table bubble action. We are hand for hand right now with 10 players remaining. The field will merge when we get down to the final 9. And Romeo is in action with Ace-King against the chip leaders Queen 3.
So, James, I'm also 3 episodes into Dahmer. And I'm starting to think he did it.
Really? That's a very hot take, Joe. That's a very controversial take.
I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but there's something off about him, it feels like.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not. It's not on my kind of like A-list of stuff I want to see.
Sure. I actually am not watching Dahmer.
There's also, you and I are going to have a minor disagreement about something as well.
Uh-oh.
Because I watched something on your recommendation and was left a bit...
Oh. Well,
so
now I'm dying to know what it is.
Whether Romeo's top pair, top kicker holds, or whether JP's flush draw gets there. It does!
How do they know? How do they know Queen 3 is going to make the second nut flush here? Look at Just Raise. Just Raise is like, hey, you know what I folded? I folded Ace of Hearts, 4 spades.
I think you'll find, Joe, that player is just Raz, because it's the only game they play unless it's a Monday, in which case they dabble in the Hold'em streets.
Just Razza. And checks it. Checks it to the player in position. Man, do you like kind of bet somewhat big here to fold out a small heart? Would anyone fold like a 4 of hearts here?
Well, 30 million I don't think is going to fold out the Queen of Hearts. Second nut flush for JP. And I understand JP taking some time to think about this, but this ain't getting folded.
No, especially because it's not even... I mean, you still have a pretty healthy stack if you call here and you're wrong. Maybe thinking about putting them all in, but it's hard to get a call right
question.
But by anything other than the Ace of Hearts, so it feels like it's just a slam dunk call. Yeah.
And JP is up to 180 million chips. JP with a ludicrous chip lead now. And Romeo down to 25 mil. Oh.
Okay, well, JP, a little, what do they call it? Positive tilt here, a little punch drunk, a little, yeah.
And
whoops.
will be forced to fold the King 5 here.
Too bad JP didn't have Queen 3. We might have seen him get it in.
we are switching where Willis is all in with ace-8. Bruno, king-queen. This is a call for less than 10 bigs. Ace-king-10. And that is going to be a double up for Willis 59, who now has...
Ooh, sourdough suited, which is artisanal.
Bruno with queen 10 may decide to jam on Mad, who is very short right now, and probably king jack is a call.
You mad, bro?
Well, they will be if king jack doesn't hold here. It needs to. They're at risk. And there is a queen high flop. And that is going to do it. The bubble is burst as Mad is KO'd by Bruno. Meanwhile, action on the other table. We have reached the final 9. Just need this hand to conclude between Romeo and Just Raz. Domination rotation in Romeo's favor. Bets trip queens on the turn. Might get a fold from ace king. That will take us to the FT.
Show him a little of that razzle dazzle and fold.
So here we go. Both tables closed. New final table, the final 9. Congrats. And we can see that it is the Brazilian player JP who comes into this FT as the monster chip leader, 175 million chips. And it's Romeo who has the single biggest bounty, that red target, 3,400 near enough if you can eliminate Romeo. I will do the international tour of the table in just a moment, Joe. I do want to finish my thought though. A film you recommended. I did laugh in places. I didn't think it was not funny, but I didn't think that the Beavis and Butthead movie was anywhere near as hilarious as you made it out to be. And it's certainly a film I will never watch again.
I think I've watched it 3 times since it was released. It might just be a cultural thing. I don't know if there's like certain things that like dumb comedy that works for you. I don't think you like dumb comedy in any culture, but you know, there's certainly stuff that people like coming out of the UK that I shrug my shoulders at, right? Like a lot of the like Trailer Park Boys, for example, is something that like doesn't really do it for me. I know it's not English, but it's like part of Canadian culture,
right?
And I'm just like, yeah, whatever. It doesn't really get me, but yeah, no, I think I'm okay with you not liking that. That's fine. I'm not going to backpedal.
To say I didn't like it is probably too strong. I thought it was fine, but I think I was expecting to be in hysterics for the full, 80 minutes, 90 minutes, and I was just like, did Joe watch? Am I watching the right movie? Did Joe watch the same movie as me?
I was in hysterics for the entire movie.
So let's take our tour around the world. In other words, let's check where all the players at the final table are from this week. Going to go in reverse order. And guys, the 2 shortest stacks, Willis and Adrian, are the 2 UK players. Just Raz, or just Razzie, is playing from Belarus. Romeo is in Peru. We have got 3 Brazilians at the final table. Of course we have Biodelic, Bruno Jardas, and chip leader JP. Then we have T3 playing from Poland, and Murph Flush is playing from my home country of Ireland.
We got a GLGL from Biodelic. A Have Fun from Just Raz.
Definitely have fun.
I think that's what HF means, right? Have fun? I've never been at a final table. I don't know.
That joke would work if you hadn't just shown a trophy that demonstrates you just won a poker tournament.
It's not online, though. Folds around the blinds. Ace and a queen 10. What you talking about, Willis? I don't hate it. I don't know if it's right, but I don't hate it. maybe you can just outlast someone and make more money.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Romeo opening with the Snowmen's, 3.2 million.
Murph with the king jack outflops the eights. Tough to fold the jack here. Jack does not get folded. Not a great turn card for king jack. And eights are looking to capitalize on that.
Not to know that they have more than 95% equity in the spot and folds the best hand.
Crucial pot for Romeo. Gets up into the middle of the pack now, several stacks shorter.
Working that Lee Jones avatar, Joe.
Lee Jones texted me recently. Just wanted to say hello, and he seems good. He's in the Bay Area now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Love me some big horse. Willis all in with ace-10. Gets a fold from Bruno with the Spraggy.
I mean, if poker.org doesn't pick up Lee Jones and make him the ceremonial CEO, what are they even doing over there?
Everyone needs a mascot.
Every poker company needs to have Lee Jones working for them at some point.
I think it's like a good luck omen, right? If you have no shot of success unless Lee Jones has passed through your corridors.
Yeah, he's like the Lord John Marbury of poker.
That's a reference which tells me you're still rewatching The West Wing, because there's no way you would remember that from the first time you watched the series.
No shot.
Actually, one of my least favorite characters, and in the series, but
I mean, I know that like Google wasn't really a thing when that show was on, so they couldn't just like. But for him to show up and just his like insider knowledge is something that anyone with like a 12th grade education of Asia would know is kind of hilarious. Oh, what's that? We got a raid. We got addicted to bluffing raid here.
Thank you to Vincent for the viewer dump on Twitch.
Thanks, Vinty.
I see ace
we got
king,
some hands.
T3.
So, James, I said T3, G3S sounds like a droid from Star Wars, but they'd probably just call him Teeth.
Yeah. I will agree, by the way, with Boulder on YouTube that Beavis talking to Siri was the funniest joke in the entire movie. Particularly that whenever Siri would update on the score in the Clemson game or whatever it was.
Wait, you didn't think it was funny when they're like, we have white privilege?
No, as I said, there were some other amusing moments. Just overall, I was just I think you really hyped it up, and that's probably why I came in and was like, "Is it the same movie?"
I just don't know if it's the same either if you didn't religiously watch the show as a teenager. Like,
I watched the occasional episode, but no, I didn't watch it religiously.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
Smart Beavis and Smart Bud. Like, the whole thing is... Even in the opening titles when they're, like, crashing the spaceship, I was in tears, like, within the first 10 seconds.
Right. T3, 3-betting with ace-10 of strawberries.
This might be the time for Willis to make a stand. Just flat, pretty good flop.
Yeah. I mean...
Oh, do you check
Willis
here?
must be...
I feel like...
Willis is just hoping to get some kind of bet that they can then just check raise all in.
Of course, but what always ends up happening in this spot is I check, they check back, and then it's a terrible turn. It might not be the worst turn, but it's like one that just looks awful.
Willis has got what they wanted, a bet of 4 million, and I think you can now stick the rest in. Oh, still playing it slow.
It gets a 6. It gets an undercard. What you talking about, Willis? I mean, bruh. One-eyed Willis over here. Open your other eye. You've got 2 8s.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
In the words of Lee Jones, I don't know.
There aren't many better flops than this. One overcard and it's paired. I guess you're worried about 10s, jacks, queens.
You did get
Kings,
3-bet pre. I mean, that's
aces.
something to consider. I'm surprised, as I said. This is the move I was expecting on the flop. Finally happens on the turn, and wow, I guess by playing it that way, Willis got an extra 7 million out of T3 with that turn bet.
Definitely a higher variance way of playing it.
For sure. Felipe says, did you guys already talk about that Garrett's hand? Obviously talking about the hand that Brad Garrett played on Celebrity Poker Showdown in 2008. I think it was the pocket 5s against Cheryl Hines' pocket 4s. I mean, I thought you played it to perfection, Joe. I thought Phil Gordon's analysis was a little bit off.
Still everyone's grandma's favorite player.
Boulder Bowler says Jack 4. Nope, Brad Garrett definitely had pocket 5s in that hand. It was pocket 4s for Cheryl Hines.
Brad Garrett was at the charity event Saturday night, and I figured he was getting bugged about the hand too much, so I was just like, I'm not gonna bother him.
Entry in with ace 9 of diamonds. Raises to 3.4.
There's a Monsters reboot they just put out, I think, on Paramount Plus also by Rob Zombie.
Yeah, apparently he wanted to shoot it in black and white, but the studio insisted on color.
Domination
Jack versus King
situation,
Jack.
but it's a queen.
It's rotation.
These are the two short stacks beating up on each other. One of them is going to be the shortest stack. That's probably going to be Teeth. And it's, yeah, value. I don't know what there. That bluff was not getting through, though. Betting in a top pair did not work out for T3. And is now down to not a lot of big blinds. What is that? 10? 10.
Oh, wow. Joe, Rishikesh Alvad watching on YouTube has just spotted a flaw this week. I hadn't even noticed. No
What?
pay jump between first and second. Well, I mean, strictly speaking, it's, what, $9.60, but that does feel a little bit flat.
That's almost... Oh, man, that's only, what, like $9.60?
Yep, yeah.
That does seem weird. What is the pay jump between third and second?
Well, I mean, it's near enough 15K, right?
That's crazy.
14K. But yeah, it's... I guess it was probably a scripting error when they built the tournament. I've got Toe Jam says it's because it's a bounty. It's like that in all bounty tourneys. Really? I mean, we cover bounties all the time. We cover PKOs and Scoop and W Coop. We cover the Sunday Million every single week.
This is very strange. By the way, this is, I don't know how 10s haven't just called here already. Where did this raise come from? This was, this is the big blind? Sometimes I can't tell where the button is. 10s get away! Oh my god! Overpaired to the board and folded the short stack correctly. How?
Wow.
How?
Wow. Well, he says they need to fire whoever screwed this up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Everyone makes mistakes, right? We're all human. Come on. Bandit Country says it's always like that in BHY. Yeah, but we're playing on PS. We're playing on PokerStars.
What is BHY?
Must be another site. Someone ordering a Joe Ingram investigation. I mean, I think this is worthy of a 17-hour live stream. Why are first and second in the Sunday Million getting paid practically the same?
It's very strange. Did you take a screenshot?
I don't know how to do that. If someone knows how to take a screenshot, can you please do that and then send it? Do you have an email address they can use?
Send it to me, yeah, and I'll send it to James. You guys can send it to stapes@pokernight.com. Uh-oh, Bruno.
And that is going to be a double up for Romeo, which is going to put a dent into Bruno. People saying that this is normal. This is not normal. This is something that needs to be exposed, it needs to be discussed, and it needs to be fixed.
Bounty will make the difference by 1 and 2 place. Yeah, $9, right?
$9.60. Can you please be accurate?
Sorry, $9.60. Well, if I had the screenshot, I would know that.
Well, we're waiting for someone to get their phone out or something. I think there's a button you can press on your computer that takes a picture of the screen.
On mine, it's Alt F4.
Alt F4, okay.
Yeah. This is fun. This is really fun. Look at all those chips. Look at all those colors.
Going to take the flip, Andrian.
If only you were certain you were flipping, right? Then you can make a decision. Okay, someone sent me the screenshot, so we have that at least. Now, do you want me to send it to you?
I'll be honest with you, I don't like really dealing with this stuff. Send it to Patrick. It kind of feels like something he can get, he can deal with.
Okay, I'm going to send it to Patrick. Patrick, is your email address still BobbyBigBollocks69 @gmail?
He now works full-time for the company. He's got his own. Ace-Jack into Ace-Queen. And that is going to be a double up for just Raz, leaving Biodelic super short now. Biodelic is the shortest stack, is on fumes, quite frankly.
Well, so far I'm liking the fact that the best hands are holding up.
And...
okay. I got the screenshots, guys. We're good there. Thank you.
Ace-King versus
another
King-Queen.
domination. Yeah.
I mean, you know what card is really going to finish off Andrian here is if we get a king on the turn. But as things stand, second pair shouldn't lose too much here.
Ha!
Guys, it happened 30 minutes ago. I can't influence the action. But yeah, good game, Andriano.
Jeej. We have seen some pretty ridiculous folds, though. Nope. Oh, I thought that was the all in there. My bad. Oof.
And that is a KO. We lose a player in ninth place. It is Andriano from the UK, who's the first out from the final table. Cashes for $4,706 plus $1,771 in head prizes. Oh, so when a player is eliminated, they don't just get the advertised payout, Joe. They also get bounties.
They get a bounty. Okay.
So that might mean that first and second might not get the same then.
Okay, but still, you're only going to win like an extra 2,000 or whatever is on there. I mean, there's 15K difference between third and second, and then you're only going to get like 3K for eliminating someone. It's still pretty close. Sean says, can we get some commentators who know the game, please? Look, James and I have not been at this a very long time. We're just trying to figure it out, same as anybody else. We, you know, it's not exactly, it says it right there. I mean, it's $9.60. It's kind of weird. Yesterday I took down the hand rankings. I used to have them taped right here. And I'm like, I got those.
First of all, let's not forget, Joe, it was 6 months ago where we did highlight that you actually had them the wrong way around. You had a straight beating a flush. So first of all, we had to change that. I did. Yeah.
Well, it's counterintuitive because it feels like it's harder to make a straight, but it turns out that the flush is worth more. I don't know why. Nobody knows, I don't think.
Right. But you've taken them down?
Yeah, no, so I got rid of it. It was like
so you can now remember the ranking of hands without any visual assistance?
Yes, but
okay,
sometimes
I'm going to test you. I'm going to test you. Go.
Okay.
Start with high card and move upwards.
Okay, well, you kind of gave me the first one there. High card.
Yeah. Yep.
Then it's pair.
Yes.
Then it's two pair. Then
yes.
Hold on.
Close.
It goes, wait, that's easy. It goes one pair, two pair, three of a kind.
Yep.
Then a straight. Then a full house. No, wait.
No.
Wait. It's I got it. No, I caught it. It's a flush. Then a full house.
Yep.
Then a four of a kind. Then a straight flush. And then the straight royal flush is the top one. Royal straight flush. Which is kind of just like a straight flush, but the... Oh, I get it. It's the top. I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
It is the same as a straight flush. There is no three pair, Victor. Thank you. I'm falling for that again. Wait, did I say quads? Because where does that... You're right. Where does that rank?
It's the same as a four of a kind. It's the same as a four of a kind.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. King deuce. Gonna need to get lucky. $2,400. Does six deuce consider... Because is this a raise? Oh, it's an ISO from the six deuce. Yikes. Not sure that... I mean, maybe it will ICM-wise. Okay. Ooh, okay, just a... Okay, well, ace-queen going nowhere, and Biodelic is going somewhere.
I'd love it if six deuce just jammed here.
Call? I call? Yeah, I tank a call. Oh, Biodelic's thinking like, all right, 10. Come on, 10. I really hope the 10 doesn't come. Nobody deserves that sort of disappointment. Murph betting now, so that should be the end of J.P. Salgado, and that will be the end of Bio. Ooh, who does hit the king? It's the king on the end.
Bye-bye, Biodelic. So Biodelic from Brazil, out in 8th place, cashing for $6,612 plus $4,787 in head prizes, leaving us with 7 players. And JP has close to 150 million. JP is the chip leader right now. However, Romeo also has more than 100 mil, 117 million.
So Zach on YouTube says, add up all the bounties, and that's the difference in first and second. The winner takes all the bounties. But that doesn't make any sense, because what if the winner doesn't knock everyone out? You're saying they would win all those bounties if the winner knocked everyone out, but like, what if other people knock those people out? Murph Flush picked up a really nice pot there with Salgado getting involved with the 6 deuce. Hard South Rocky says, so no matter what, the top 2 people are going to have knocked out the rest. That's not true. Freddie says, the winner takes its own bounty apart. What does that mean, taking a bounty apart? Like they get a portion of it? The winner knocks himself out. Oh, that should be fun. It would be crazy if the winner knocked himself out on a bluff.
I can't do this anymore.
James, poker is trending right now. We could keep it alive. These 2 idiots have no idea what's going on in the game they've been calling for over a decade.
I'll be honest with you, there was a time, probably about 2 years ago when we first started covering PKOs, where we tried desperately to work out how you could calculate the difference between first and second. And we now know there is a very, very simple way of calculating it. And it's basically, when we do get heads up, it's you add together the 2 advertised bounties and multiply by 2. And that's how you know the difference between first and second.
Or you could multiply the bounties and add them together.
Either way works. But crucially, yes, whoever wins also gets to keep their own head prize, as well as taking the bounty of the person they knocked out in second. And that is the separation between first and second in a PKO. And I do kind of feel that yet again we have highlighted that there is a significant percentage of people, and I'm not going to be so cliched as to say that they're all American, but there is clearly a significant percentage of people watching who don't get sarcasm. And I'm sorry if you've spent the last half hour actually
I just can't imagine being the sort of person that would tune into a broadcast and would assume they know more than the people doing the broadcast. Like, what kind of hubris does it take for you to write in, wow, can we get some commentators who know what they're talking about? Like, what sort of fantasy land planet? These are the same people that think the Earth is flat. They're just, like, smarter than everybody. I'm the only one who figured it out. Thank you for your comments. Dicey spot here for Queen Jack if they make the flush. But some other ways to win it.
You've disappointed / upset / shocked a lot of people by revealing that the Earth isn't flat.
And Ace Jack takes it down anyway. Russell Von Rubin says sarcasm is the lowest form of wit. I don't even think that counts as sarcasm, my guy. I'm not even really sure you know what sarcasm is. This would be sarcasm. What a great comment. Oh, geez, what a smart guy you are. That's the best comment I've ever read. That's sarcasm.
I've no problem with it being a low form of wit.
It is, and it is oftentimes quite witty.
Did anyone actually send the screenshot?
2 people did, yes.
Oh, bless them.
Yeah, that deserves a bless. Shouldn't have given out my private email address, though, probably. Do not use that to try to log into my PayPal. I'm just asking you nicely. Please. Do not try to hack my PayPal with that email address.
Okay, I'm answering this question seriously. No sarcasm here. S-Line says, how to negotiate a deal in heads up with the bounties? The answer is you can't. Once it's heads up, I don't believe a deal can be done. You can't chop the bounties. You can only chop the advertised prize money. Now, it's not impossible, and it doesn't not happen, but it's very rare to see a deal in a PKO. We have seen it done, but obviously it's when it's either three-handed or four-handed. Once your head's up, you're playing for that final bounty, and there are no deals that can be negotiated.
No deal.
Oh, hello, ace on the turn.
Yeah, hello. Hello, Sing Song.
That is a good point. They could do a deal for the $9.60.
Check, check, chop it up, James.
Was that a chop pot, Joe?
It was.
Well, you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot. I mean, what are we going to do if the last one was perfect before?
That's the problem. We peaked too soon today. I mean, like, we started off so strong. There was no other way than down, really.
You know, I really have been letting... Oh, hold on. Bruno all in. Flipping against nines.
And Bruno does not hit. Inconsequential Barry. And Bruno is gone in 8th place. So Bruno busts out. That's another one of the Brazilians gone. Bruno cashing for $9,300 plus $2,377 in head prizes. JP, monster chip leader right now. More than 180 mil, the last remaining Brazilian. And we have an all-in here from Just Raz.
Just Raz may want to tread a little lightly, shoving over the open from the chip leader that can easily call you off with Willis and T3. Very, very short. I get it's ace-king. I get it's the chip leader and they're going to be opening wide. But, man, do you really want them to, like, just snap you with 2 4s there and then you lose a flip and you could have laddered? T3 with a shot to double up, domination style. Oh boy.
And that is going to be a double up for T3. Still in contention. As we are 6-handed at this final table. Bruno, of course, exiting in 7th after Biodelic bust in 8th.
That's the first person I banned today.
I'm starting to feel really sorry and really guilty about the people who kind of thought we were being genuine.
Why? Of all the things you could feel sorry and guilty over, that's what you're choosing to actually have remorse over?
But some people were getting like so animated about it.
Zaydam asked Joe and James, what's the best hand you've ever announced? What do you think, James? Aces?
Yeah, it's hard to do better than aces.
Hard to have a better hand than aces.
I mean, top set here for T3. The 8 for Romeo, who is betting 4.75 on the turn. Yes, that's right, official Jacob West. Not to be confused with the fake Jacob West, who's constantly watching on YouTube. It is top boat, not top set.
Check, check. Quick, quick.
T3, keeping head above water.
Whatever happened to Cristiano Loken?
Who?
Cristiano Loken from T3? The hot lady Terminator?
Oh, Terminator 3.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that guy disappeared from playing John Connor, too. What's his name? Nick something or other? He was in Carnival, and I don't think I ever saw him in anything after that. Maybe Sin City, I think he was in also, but certainly not much in the modern era.
Another pot for T3, now playing around 60 million. I didn't hate Terminator 3.
I didn't either.
I think they might have made 2 new ones since I last saw a Terminator movie.
I've seen them all.
Are any of them any
They're
good?
Not great. They're not great,
Okay.
but I like them. They have enough sort of like wink and nods to things that I kind of like them.
Yeah.
But I think James and I are in the same category here, where I think far and away the best one is the original.
Yes.
And T3 is kind of fun. Sorry, T2 is kind of fun. It's like a pretty fun sequel, but the first one is just genius. Okay, 10's all in.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit shallow.
Yeah, JP's going to have to call this off.
The key problem being that JP and Romeo have just got all the chips right now.
Ooh, does not call it off.
Nope. Platero says, since Halloween will be on a Monday this year, will y'all be dressing up for the stream that day? I'm going to address your question, Platero, during the next tournament break, which is just over 5 minutes away.
That's a good question. I don't want to clip whatever James is about to say, but I'm excited to see what we're going to talk about. Anyway, if we have any new viewers who have just picked up on poker being in the mainstream for yet another very good positive reason, welcome. Welcome to our stream.
Love it when poker's on the front page of the BBC News site. Oh, this can't be good.
Poker making headlines again today, but not the good kind like you want.
The last time I remember a poker story on the BBC was when that guy had the deep run in the World Series main event. I can't remember his name, but he turned out to be a bit of a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, John with the jacket and the hat.
That's the one.
English guy. Was that before or after the guy took all his clothes off and threw him at the dealer? Because I think that made mainstream news also.
That didn't make the BBC.
Okay. John Hasp. Thank you, Dark.
John Racner. No, not John Racner.
This pair of eights is good. Salgado does not want to waste those chips. Good idea. Tens versus kings might finally be the end of Willis.
What are you talking about? Runs into the kings of Murph. And tens are no good. Willis, 59, from the UK, bows out in 6th place for 13 grand. Only won $343 in bounties. And that leaves us with the final 5.
Willis or won'tus? Won't. Being the answer. I like how high the blinds are. This should be real fun.
1.5 million, 3 million. Well, we've now got Murflush over 100, Romeo over 100, JP chip leader with 150 million. The shortest stack is just Raz.
150 is still just 50 bigs. These 100 million
Yeah.
stacks are like, 33 bigs.
Yep.
What's up, Pie Face? Hey, buddy.
Pie.
Love a good Mason pie in chat. Nice little semi bluff from Jack 7.
Okay, Queens versus Ace Jack. Could see some action here. The raise to 6 million from just Raz.
John asks, Joe, would you consider acting at all? Why? Do you know someone? I'm available any day but Monday. Yeah, I might rein it in a little bit with my light raises with the aggro Brazilian chip leader to my direct left now.
Yeah, just noting a comment. I think it was Krieger who says, honestly, they actually don't play poker, just tight, waiting for good hands. I can't blame them. Would do the same, but not good entertainment. It's a fair observation, but the reality is, when you have got a huge chip leader applying the pressure, it does handcuff you. And I appreciate it's not, intricate hands playing through the streets that are the kind of stuff we really kind of like watching as viewers, but the stacks are relatively shallow right now, and that does dictate that they have to just find those spots.
9, 10, Jack, Queen, 8. That is a straight. King, Queen, Jack, 10 is not. Wow. You see this? Someone has a straight and the other person doesn't. The kings are gonna lose this, it looks like. Have you this doesn't happen that often.
Seven, 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen. Not quite the super straight. Sorry, guys. This is not going to pay out the fortune bonus. But it is going to see Murflash win the last hand of the session. So we're going to go on break with 5 players remaining. Back to the final table inside of 5 minutes. JP going into the break as chip leader, but does not have the huge advantage that they once had. 143 million. Murflash from Ireland with 133 million. Just Raz, who, by the way, is a low-stakes player who's never had a cash bigger than $2,000, is the shorty with 44 million. $109 is the biggest buy-in that Just Raz has ever paid. Great to have Maria back with us in the mix. And, yeah, I just want to highlight, guys, that obviously between now and the take 2 of WCoop, there are going to be Sunday Million streams on Mondays, but I won't be there for most of them. I'm actually away next week. So, Joe, you are going to be partnered with Nick Walsh. Griffin will join you for that one. But, yeah, you're in charge. I know, it's frightening, but you proved yourself in Barcelona, so I feel I can hand you the keys, safe in the knowledge that you're not going to crash the car. You might scratch it a little bit, might have put a few dents in the paintwork, but, crucially, it will still be moving when I come back.
I think that the audience would be disappointed if I didn't bang it up a little bit.
So, Sunday Million with Joe and Nick next week. Now, the week after that, I believe it is the main event of the 50-50 series, and that is going to be Nick on his own, because Joe, you and I are busy that week. We're also busy the following week because it's EPT London. So week commencing the 24th of October, no Sunday Million stream because we're going to be streaming London. Now, the question we were asked was about Monday the 31st of October, because that is Halloween, and Joe and I are away for that one because that's straight after EPT London, and I felt, Mr. Stapleton, that you deserved a break.
That's awesome. I'm going to take it out of my calendar. I'm going to go trick-or-treating, I think. Oh, I'm so excited. I almost never have Halloween off. This is great. You know why? Because England doesn't care.
No, we don't. We don't. For many people, it still has kind of dark associations. So this, ironically, is the only Sunday Million stream I will be a part of for the next month and a bit, because Joe and Nick will be here next week. Then it's Nick flying solo. Then it's EPT London. Then it's Nick once again. And when we reconvene, it will be those 3 days of WCoop main event coverage on the 7th, 8th and 9th of November. So enjoy the next few weeks of action coming your way on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. So Maria, we just mentioned that Just Raz, who's the shortest stack right now, is a low-stakes player, has never cashed for more than 2K and clearly has outdone themselves today. Thought it was worth just highlighting a couple of hashtag fun facts about some of the other players at this FT. What are we calling T3, Joe? Teeth?
Teeth, yeah. Like, you know how they always like abbreviate the droids' names in Star Wars? It's always like R2 or Scoot
so
or whatever.
Teeth is an experienced mid to high stakes player, 4 million in cashes on stars, has scoop titles, that's right, plural, scoop titles from 2013 and 2019. So they know what they're doing. Murph Flush, 300k in stars earnings. Their best cash to date was 11 years ago. Played a 109 event and cashed for 6k. So a return to form for Murph Flush. JP, who is the chip leader right now. JP has 260k in stars earnings. Best cash is 17k from a $55 bounty builder earlier this year. And we shouldn't forget Romeo. This is Oscar Barriga, a Peruvian player, a mid-stakes reg with 5.6 million in stars cashes, and is a former Sunday Million champion. Won the Sunday Million last year when it was a bounty edition. First place was just shy of 100K. So we've got some players with pedigree, and we've got some players who kind of have never been here before. And that's a great mix to have, Maria.
Yeah, and usually typical of what we kind of find in the Sunday Million. You know, this buy-in level is one where there's going to be a mix of less experienced and more experienced players. I'm not really surprised to find out that Romeo has the results that they have, because based on the way that they've played, it certainly has seen that they're taking advantage of certain opportunities based on table dynamics or ICM. You know, him and JP certainly have a bit of a little back and forth before I went to break, at least.
Well, I tell you what, guys, action getting restarted at the final table. I'm going to bid you adieu. I'm going to say goodnight, but don't worry, Joe and Maria aren't going anywhere.
We're not? Goodbye, James. See you later. Safe drive around the other side to where your cot is. Good night. Hello, my babies. Goodbye, James. Hello, my babies. 5 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million. 54 grand up top. And what's going to amount to probably something like 35K in bounties. Blinds 1.53 million. 2 short stacks. 3 okay ones. Our flush with chips is raising into the third. The player's third from the top here. Pair of threes and 2 diamonds for Romeo. It doesn't get much better than this with 7-3 of diamonds. Lord.
Yeah, and pretty nice to have your opponent continuing to fire when you have so much equity. Definitely not going to go anywhere.
It's just so annoying. You're like, oh, they're not supposed to have any of this, and you just bet your 9-6 of hearts, and they're like, no, 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 I have all of this. And the up and down draw doesn't get there for Murph. Luckily, the 6 doesn't get there. And this should be minimal damage for Murph. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Murph. Uh-oh, Murph. Uh-oh, Murph.
Maybe considering... I mean, listen, you don't expect to win at Showdown with 9 highs, so usually that's kind of a green light to go ahead and bet in this situation and puts 7-3 in the blender a bit. I mean, obviously a really strong hand on the flop and even so on the turn, but really facing 40% pot or so on the river does make it a little bit difficult. But does find the call.
Okay. And from now at 135 million, just below JP. John asks, how long are you growing your beard, Joe? I don't know, like a week or 2. Thank you for your question. From limping in, trying to get a little pre-flop action out of JP, who's got one of the worst starting hands imaginable. Queen, Jack, 9, 2 hearts, 1 club. Ace 10 way out in front, and top pairing that 8 would not be so great for Salgado. Yeah, it would not be great for Salgado.
I would have corrected you already, Stapes, if that were not a true statement. But I'm glad that you double-checked your work.
I wasn't sure. Maybe I thought maybe you were watching Game of Thrones as you do this, and I could sneak one past you. Oh. So people say there's 2 ways to win a pot. One of them is at Showdown. I have yet to figure out what the other one is. Uh-oh.
Yeah, but I would imagine that, with this river, sometimes you would expect to see a lead from Romeo, which I think JP would have to pretty easily fold this rivered pair with this type of texture. We'll see if Romeo decides to go for the check or bet themselves. Yeah, there we go.
A big old bet here. That's an 11/13 pot bet. And Romeo is out in front now. 69. They made it 69 million. 6.9 million. Pretty funny.
Hilarious.
Romeo raising 10-4 suited and is going to get in some trouble here. What I like to do here, and tell me that this is terrible, is to make my re-raise so a sizing that you can't fold.
Terrible. What do you mean, like you can't fold? Like you as Murph can't fold?
No, Romeo.
Oh, like a super small sizing.
Yes.
I wouldn't say that's terrible. I wouldn't say that's terrible, but I would also say that I think that given Murph's stack depth there, which was about 40 bigs, I would say that it's probably better to just go for a semi-standard 3-bet sizing out of position, which can be anywhere from 3 to 4x. You just want to click it on them, just make it super odd. We call that aces sizing. I have a sizing that I call aces sizing, that when someone 3-bets, I'm like, oh, they obviously have aces or kings, but more so aces.
The last live real tournament I played, this older lady under the gun, limp, re-raised me, and I was like, I had king queens, and I was like, I know she has aces, like a 1,000,000% of the time she has aces, but she min re-raised me, and I'm like, oh, fine. And then I flopped top pair and a flush draw, and I'm like, oh, now I gotta call another bet. And then she checks the turn. No, I don't get stacked. Then she checks the turn, and then she bets so small in the river, like 1/4 pot. And she shows me 2 aces. And I'm just like, every single thing about that is just like the worst possible for me to lose the maximum, knowing exactly what her hand is.
Yeah.
And the part that hurt me the most, and I didn't obviously make a big deal about it in the moment, but like she was so pleased with herself.
Really?
Like she played it amazingly. Like she was like so proud. And all I can think about is, that's the only way that hand goes down that you get even 1 chip from me. Is that I have to hit the absolute nuts that I can hit without beating aces.
Oh, but it really seems like you've forgotten all about that hand, by the way.
She did play it perfectly, Blue Mets. I agree with you. She played it perfectly, but so did God. JP betting the best of it. Romeo calling does not improve on the river. JP going to retake the chip lead more than likely. 2 pair, sorry, for JP now.
Yeah, and there's a couple of missed draws both from the flop and the backdoor variety. So it would be interesting to see, you know, what sizing JP wants to take here in order to hopefully get called. You know, they're hoping that Romeo has a Queen X type hand because that looks like, as played, it's very likely, but Romeo actually is a little bit weaker than that with the King 8, but still. Again, you know, these two players have gotten involved in a lot of pots against each other, certainly have a little bit of history.
A little too much history, if you ask me. They've been tangling like a little too much. I don't know. It feels weird to like always be making like a little FPS, little fancy play syndrome against the chip leader or the other chip leader.
Yeah, it's like what'd you call it? A chip swinging contest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all know what word I want to be using, right?
No, I don't. I mean, I'm innocent and naive, Stapes, but not that innocent.
It's chip flinging. And that pot does, in fact, go to JP Salgado, who's back on top. Grobarino says, seeing Maria commentate always makes my day. Great. Well, you can see her without having chat. You're banned.
What? Why? That was so nice of you. Unbanned this person immediately, Stapes.
Thank you for your comment. Seven, six of diamonds for Romeo. King, jack of diamonds for Murph. Uh-oh, Murph. Just calls. Ace of diamonds on the flop. 4 and a 9. Spades.
Yeah, I feel like this is a pretty natural board texture for the pre-flop aggressor to continue.
And continue they do. Ooh, boy.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate for Romeo, just because they would assume now, you know, if they're going to bet that ace high flop and they turn more equity with 7-6, certainly could imagine that they're going to go for the double barrel here. They are up against a bigger and better draw.
Yeah, no gut shot either.
Certainly
Romeo
to this
betting
sizing, I think.
Half pot, yep.
Yeah, I think you would expect to see more flush peel that pretty easily. Oh, wow. Unfortunate.
The 7 is good. Where? Oh, where? Yep, you're going to get the check back. Amazing. Amazing. And the blinds are up again. 1.75 million and 3.5 million. And we got some hands.
Yeah, it's a lot of big ones out there. Wow, ace-10 just insta-shoves over the open. Can't really blame them with their stack size, though. Really short, not going to find a better spot.
And T3 all in. Jack 10 has got to bow out. Queen's doing quite well, and Queens eliminate just a Raza out in 5th place. $19,359. Plus how much in bounties? 2,600 in bounties. Everyone who's left has a bigger bounty score than that. Do you want to address this question from Aubrey, who says, is Sam Squid too rich now to commentate? I miss him. Sort of. Hard to get Sam to commentate, but he will be the guest on the podcast this week. We're going to get Sam to talk about his $5.5 million win at Triton, as well as the recent Hustler Casino Live. In my opinion, no, I'm not going to give my opinion. You have to wait for the podcast for that. Domination rotation there. Pocket sevens for Romeo. Flops a set. Bing, 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 bing.
Yeah, and their nemesis, JP, sitting over there with the gut shot straight draw, could definitely warrant a little friskiness.
And the gut shot gets bet. Imagine if Murph was in the hand, says Hitman. Okay.
And a rather large sizing at that gets called, of course, by the set. But this board is getting very, very scary, I think, for sevens, especially against a big blind range.
Murph's like, you know what, I folded. I folded 4-6.
It's the worst when you're in a live setting and somebody makes a big show of like that they folded what would have been the best hand while the hand is still in progress. I'm like, come on, don't do that.
River is a 9, so that's top pair now for Salgado. Yeah, Maria, at the charity event on Saturday, there was like a rather famous person who kept every single hand telling me what they folded. And I'm an amateur enough that I still do it sometimes, right? I'll still do it occasionally. I'll be like, oh, I folded jack.
But like during the hand? But during the
hand, yes. During the hand. And he would say it loud enough.
You still do that.
Not during the, well.
Okay, I was going to.
After the hand, not during the hand.
Okay.
I'm trying to be honest here and think about what I do. It goes check, check, no bite from Salgado. Doesn't matter. Still a 69 million chip pot being shipped to Romeo, who's up to almost 200 mil now.
Romeo just being relentless with their opens with the chip lead. Oh, JP ain't having none of it.
I told you, it's maybe not the play with JP to your left. I don't know. Mike wants to know, Maria Ho, what do you think of the saliva method of the mind?
I think it reads Sylvia, not saliva, but I also still don't know what that is. Never heard of either.
What do you think? What do you think of the updog method?
Oh, stop it. Yeah, I mean, I am watching Game of Thrones while I'm doing this broadcast, but I'm not that distracted. Stop.
Top pair for Salgado, bottom pair for Rom. And that is not going to prevent Rom from biting and betting.
Pretty nice when you have improved. Wow. But JP, though, let's not discount that top pair flush draw combo here.
Leading with the bottom end of the straight. Gets called, and it's 2 pair for Salgado. Big trouble.
Yikes.
If this board had somehow gotten worse for Salgado, maybe could have gotten away from this, but it has gotten better. Just the wrong kind of better. Not
Yeah,
good
with
enough.
the 4-liner. Yeah, but with the 4-liner out there, likely won't, be raising against a bet. We'll just unfortunately have to cry call, but
We'll just have to call off $32 million.
feels bad, man.
And remember, Romeo is no rookie here. $5.6 million in total PokerStars earnings. Has won a Sunday Million before, only last year. It was a bounty tournament, so has got some experience at this. It's got the Lee Jones avatar. This is no joke.
JP going in the time bank, and rightfully so. It's really a spot where your opponent can really just either have it or be bluffing, right? Even if the bet's not that polarizing, this board texture is very polarizing against a bet when you're faced with somebody putting 31 milli in there on the river. And I think this is where the history comes into play, right? Because I think against somebody that you have no history, against someone that you don't think is capable, you're just going to fold and you'll feel a little bad about it, but you'll still sleep okay at night. But against someone that you've been continually in pots with, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to lay it down.
JP makes the call. Romeo picks up a huge pot and now sits on a stack of $240 million. And JP, no longer chip leader, no longer second in chips, but third of 4. Hitman 555 Killers was adamant. 1,000 euros he calls. He feels he is bluffing. Now, you may have been right about the outcome, but I don't think you have to think your opponent is bluffing to make that call there. Your hand's just too strong. It's not a soul read situation. It's just, I have 2 pair. I can't really do much else here.
Ooh. Romeo, relentless. Oh my goodness.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's another straight.
Yeah, and JP not going to go anywhere with top pair and a straight draw of their own. Little do they know that they're just drawing to a chop, though. Cannot win the whole pot.
And JP has less than pot left behind, and Romeo improves to a longer straight.
Super straight in the hizzy.
Both hold cards and 4 on the board. Tiny bet.
Oh, wow.
Tiny bet. This time doesn't think they'll get paid with the 4-liner out there. The inside 4-liner. And Salgado can get away with minimal damage here. Can just call with top pair and keep most of their stack.
But it also feels a little bit like they're trying to induce. I don't know. This is a very, very brilliant line, I think. Oh my god.
Induction achieved. Romeo
Wow.
just got more or less shoved on. There's the rest of it. Whoops. JP got Romeo'd.
Yeah, and obviously now JP knows that pair of queens is not going to be good. and will look to preserve what is left of their decimated stack.
Wow-wee, yeah, saves a big blind. Queen 9 seems like it's going to be the one.
It's like what you said, Stapes.
Yeah, right, exactly. 300 million now. And has anyone out flopped Queen 9 yet? No. Okay, all good,
Not
but
yet.
a lot to fade.
A little too much history. It's very unfortunate.
Interesting bet here from Romeo. Oh, I guess because it's a bounty tournament, it makes sense to get someone else out of the pot. Right, okay, never mind. And Queen 9 is still winning. JP still surviving. Can JP fade the river?
Really big bounty on the line here. Second biggest. No, yeah, second largest.
I love BBWs, Maria. Big bounty wins.
Still trying to get Murph flush to fold so that, yeah.
And the deuce on the river is, that survives. JP survives, triples up.
Yeah, not even a bad side pot for Romeo, even though they didn't get to win the bounty. They won a 27 million chip side pot.
Hell yeah. King, queen of diamonds for T3. Yeah, you got to just call, and now you're check folding.
Yeah, and Romeo knows that this is such... They weren't even that mad about JP tripling up there, you know, to be...
No.
To be honest, obviously, yes, the bounty would have been nice, but if you're able to keep everybody else in handcuffs because there is such a short stack out there, why not? Just punish them with that Jack-6 offsuit open.
Oh,
you know?
wow. Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
T3
what happened there?
decides to get involved even though... And somehow Romeo makes the flush and knocks out two players. T3 will finish ahead of JP because they started with more chips, but we're heads up now.
Wow.
I guess it didn't really hurt T3 that much, but just a strange time to reshove, I guess, and
like
not just ladder up.
up.
Yeah. Trip fives here for Murph. What was the final payout there? JP Salgado, 4th place, 27.8K, 7,000 in bounties. T3, nearly 40K plus 6,700 in bounties. And right now, we're playing for that same prize, first and second, more or less the same. We're playing for all the bounties. And blinds are going up with a 5-1 chip lead.
Yeah, Murph with about 20 bigs effective.
Nice pay jump for Murph, says Lenbot, and I agree. Well, it's not bad for 4-5. One diamond, up and down straight draw, not being blocked. Murph decides to raise.
Yeah, we can't really blame them with that much equity. You know, just hoping that some of the weaker parts of Romeo's pre-flop opening range is going to fold, but not after this turn card.
This is so ridiculous. Romeo improves to top pair. Murph now up and down and flush draw. See you at the river.
In. Yeah, leads into Murph after Murph raised them on the flop. So here we go.
The money is in. The river is a brick. It's over. Murph flush Did not play many hands at that final table. Maybe relatively lucky to finish second place there. Did not win any additional money after the ladder, of course, from third to second. $54,081 plus $3,500 in bounties, but it's $54,000 for Romeo plus $32,000 in bounties, making the total payday for Romeo about $86K, 54 for Murph Flush. Maria, I guess the only thing to talk about there, the King 9 thing looked bad, but was it as bad as it looked?
The King, when they called with 2 pair?
When King 9 reshoved, when it was like the short stack shoved, 8-9 suited,
yes.
and King 9 reshoved.
No, I don't think it
called.
was that bad. There was such a big bounty on the line, and, you know, a lot of the times they're going to be either getting a fold out of the chip leader in the big blind, or they're still going to be really live, have a good suited, playable hand. Suitable.
Right, and you're not really making an ICM mistake there, right? If you expect that the short, I guess the only thing is that the short stack survives and you go out, then you're kind of in big trouble, but...
yeah, but they still had a little bit of fold equity when they shoved over the open, you know, so there were some folds, you know, some hands that Romeo had in big blind that they would have been able to fold out, so.
All right, kids, thanks for that. Maria, just about out of time for today's Sunday Million broadcast. Do want to remind everyone that we got a big Poker in the Ears coming up this week. That is our podcast, available everywhere you can get podcasts. Not only having Sam Grafton on the show to talk about his $5.5 million win at Triton, we're going to talk about what everyone else in the poker world is talking about. We've got to talk about that hand from Hustler Casino, Robbie versus Garrett Adelstein. I've been keeping my mouth shut all day about what I think. James has been keeping his mouth shut about what he thinks. Plus, we're going to discuss my big win over the weekend. I won a World Series of Poker main event seat, ladies and germs. So we're going to be discussing all of that on Wednesday's podcast, released on Thursday. Until then, for James Hardigan and Maria Ho, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.